my soul, lost inside this darkness that I cannot control. So held back by this fire inside my beating heart. What else can I do when my world falls apart? In this place I drown in my tears, my fears, my God, what have I done? In this place away, in the pain, no gain, nothing touched, nothing won, but I had my fun. You say I don't see it, maybe I just need new eyes, because the hardest thing to see is when you need to say goodbye. Waiting here, and I cannot go home until I find my demons wherever they may roam. Something deep inside, like stealing your regrets. Drowning is the easy part if they haven't got you yet. When my world falls apart, in this place I drown in my tears, my fears, my God, what have I done? In this place away, in the pain, no gain, nothing touched, nothing won, but I had my fun. You say I don't see it, maybe I just need new eyes, because the hardest thing to see is when you need to say goodbye.
They compile shadows of her past, they cling, they chase, like a ghost in the frame you can't erase. Echoes of yesterday, they won't let her go. She's not the same, they don't wanna know. She's coming higher, but they pull her down slow. Echoes of yesterday, louder than they should grow. Every upload, a crack in her skin, fighting battles they won't let her win. Change her colors, but they see black and white. She's in the ring alone, swinging for the light. Why can't they see? Why can't they see the woman she's trying to be? Echoes of yesterday, they won't let her go. She's got the same, but they don't wanna know. She's coming higher, but they pull her down slow. Echoes of yesterday, louder than they should grow. Why can't they see? Why can't they see the woman she's trying to be? Every upload, a crack in her skin, fighting battles they won't let her win. Change their colors, but they see black and white. She's in the ring alone, swinging for the light. Why can't they see? Why can't they see the woman she's trying to be? Echoes of yesterday, they won't let her go. She's not the same, they don't wanna know. She's coming higher, but they pull her down slow. Echoes of yesterday, louder than they should grow. Why can't broken bones. Every scar, a story untold. She's a phoenix rising, wings of gold. Echoes of yesterday. They won't.
Hey, Lacey Ann, no, your scalp definitely shouldn't be sore. That's kind of weird. Hey, Joanne. Hey, sweet misery. I was gonna say, hey, perplexed. Um, let's see. And Lacey Ann, thank you so much for that super sticker. We got who knows, first one in the house. Moofies, Miss B, Rachel or Rach, Holly, sweet misery, Susie, Joanne. All right. Angela Clips and Giggles. I hope you guys made peace. I hope you guys made nice. What's up, Demira, UA? All right. Hey, Andy. So I don't have a lot of time because I got to get these orders done. But since people wanted to bitch at me in Moon's chat, I decided, you know what? Let's look into this a little further. So that's what I did for the last 20 minutes. Now, I do want to say, you guys got to trust me on this. I really don't want to show the test results like physically. I'm sure you're going to see them on every fucking channel imaginable. But for my own integrity, I just don't feel like it's my place to show them. Brittany had given Moon permission to show them. So Moon showed them. I just feel like for me personally, it kind of goes above. Oh, those results were leaked by a mod for Brittany, and I didn't trust them. I'm curious to, aha! All right. Well, this is what I found out. Oh, that's interesting, though, Angela. That's very interesting. I thought Brittany gave them to her. All right. So this is what I found out. No flashing lights. Yes, Brittany was in the chat and said that Moon can show them. It's very, very blurry. It's like almost impossible to see anyway. But I did some manipulation and, kept pausing the video every like 2 seconds and trying to get one that was clean and not all fuzzy. But the two things that stand out to me, hey, Denise, one, I had never said that Brittany was on methadone. I never said she was on crack. I never said any of that. What I said was I believe that she was on a prescription drug. And because she was on a prescription drug, I think maybe she's abusing them. Okay. She denied everything. So I looked up, all right, let me just say the first thing I looked up was what does CPS in North Carolina give? They usually give a standard 5-panel test, like your normal shit. Okay. Second thing I looked up, what's on a 12-panel test? Okay. That didn't match Brittany's either. What's on a 15-panel test in North Carolina? That didn't match either. Okay. So then I looked, everything was marked negative except for 2 boxes from what we could see. The 2 boxes that were unchecked were TCA, which I'll tell you what that is in a minute, and MDMA. Now, do I think Brittany is sitting there doing ecstasy? No, probably not. MDMA does do a lot of false positives. So that may be why that was unchecked. That is a normal test of somebody that, that's on normal drug screening. But the TCA really had me questioning things. So I looked up what TCA is. TCA is tricycle antidepressants. Okay. So, okay. Why would tricycle antidepressants be on a drug screening for CPS? So, because I know that's not the normal, so I then looked up further and it says, hold on, let me pull it up. Um, okay. Now understand, if you look at the test, everything is listed straight down, like just straight down. And I have no, no, it's right actually. I was gonna say somehow something seemed wrong, but no, it was typed out. And it just lists every drug with the initials in a row. But this tricycle antidepressants were in this list. So I look up, hold on. Oh, let me do this. What? Why is not showing? All right, there we go. So in North Carolina, CPS can test for tricyclic antidepressants, TCAs, if they have a court order or your consent, especially if substance abuse is suspected. However, TCA screening is not part of a standard drug test and requires a specific targeted test. Many details regarding CPS drug testing and TCAs, targeting testing, not standard screening. TCAs are a class of prescription drugs, not illegal substances. They are not typically included in a routine broad spectrum drug panel. Testing for a TCA is usually only done if there is specific reason to do so, such as suspicion of overdose, abuse, or misuse of prescription medication. So that tells me why it was on that list. I mean, it does. It tells me why it was on that list. I will in a minute. Reason for testing. A targeted TCA test may be requested by CPS if they have an evidence of suspicion that the parent's use of this medication, even if prescribed, is negatively affecting their ability to care for a child. So I can see why they would test for that, but I don't understand how it's listed in this list of everything if, just if, it's a separate test. That's when my red flag went up. Now, there's many different tricycle antidepressants that all have to do with abuse, and they are highly abused. So I guess that's why they test for them. And okay. Yes, TCA testing and maintenance medication. And that fits into her going to a pain clinic. It says it can cause weight gain, it can cause weight loss. Antidepressants can do that. But remember, she says she's not on anything. If it was a negative test from jump, it wouldn't not be checked. And that was not checked, and MDMA was not checked. It is possible she's doing XC, but I highly doubt it. It is possible she's doing MDMA, but I highly doubt it. The fact that these two things were not checked and everybody's jumping on this, I told you she wasn't on drugs, blah, blah, blah. Laura, you're an idiot. Laura, that. Do you guys not see what I see? 2 boxes were unchecked. 1 prescription pills and 1 MDMA. Kiss my fat motherfucking ass. Don't sit there and tell me, oh, Laura's an idiot, blah, 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 when Laura has been 100% right about this. She did not pass for prescription pills. Look at the test again. It is unchecked. So I don't know what you guys are running with. Now, it could be unchecked for the antidepressants simply because she has a prescription for it. And that would be great, except she claims that she's not on anything. Okay. Do I think that test was fake? No, I really don't. I mean, I guess it could be, but I don't know. Do I think do I wonder if that's the actual CPS test? That I wonder. Because remember, she said she gets plenty of doctors. She gets a drug test every month. I would be more apt to believe that a doctor would have all of those lists listed and would know what drug he gets her, he gives her. But that's just an educated guess. According to this, it does show that if you're suspected of abuse of your drugs or anything, that will show up, they will test for it. Now, Google is not always right. I'm not going to lie. So I'm not saying that Google is the end all be all. But what I am saying is that according to this, it is a separate test and wouldn't be on the same test. See, Lacey, and my only question for that is that could be a copy. Oh, I know what you're saying because it would have an X next to it or something. But that could be because it was done at the house, maybe. That's the only thing I'm thinking. Maybe because it was done at the house. And they just marked it off, maybe? All right, let me take a look at Discord. Okay. Are you doing the same research I was? All right. Well, yeah, I don't think she's on ecstasy. I just don't. When I saw the MDA, I'm like, yeah, she's not on ecstasy. I think that's a false positive. Because they said that with MDMA, there's a lot of false positives with it. You can get a lot of false positives. So I'm not even giving that one, much. I mean, she could be sitting there doing E, but I doubt it. She just doesn't come across like someone who's doing MDMA all day. But hey, you never know. It was unchecked. See, as far as what professional drug test marked off of the pen, I'm just giving her a well, you didn't show that, Moon. You just showed stuff that was unchecked that wasn't negative. So that's what I'm going on. If something is not marked negative, I would think it would be positive. Yeah, what box? You showed the whole thing. There was no positive box. It was either marked negative or it was blank. No boxes are positive? What do you mean? All right, hold on. I never saw my results either, Holly. Honestly, I just did, Moon. I never asked for them either because I knew I was going to pass, so it didn't matter. Yeah, I really, honestly, guys, I don't think she's going to fail for MDMA. Believe me, I've taken a lot of E in my life. She doesn't look like she's doing E every day. Moon, did you get the link? Hey, good vibes. And the thing is, too, if these assholes weren't mentioning my name nonstop in, Moon's chat at the end, like, now my Laura, blah, Laura said she was this, Laura said she was that, I probably wouldn't have even done this live. Hey, girl.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey. Yeah, so let me explain how it, and I know I didn't show, it's because I showed you off a phone because nothing's redacted off of it. So this was not taken at home. This was taken at a facility. The facility is at the top, marked, branded, period. Okay. Secondly, it has the person who oversaw her testing, who watched her.
Okay.
And then it has the date, and then for every drug it says positive and negative, positive and negative. So it's got a positive box and a negative. Nothing was marked positive, everything was marked negative except the MDMA and the TCA, and that's because tricyclids have to be tested through a lab. You're talking about like Elovil and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be blank. It's either negative or
It's gonna be blank because they have to send it out. It's not tested. It's got a positive box and a negative box, Laura. If it's positive, it's positive. If it's negative, it's negative. Neither one of the boxes were hit. That means it has to be labbed.
Okay, but it also means that it wasn't automatically negative.
So you're using, it's not going to be a tricyclid and an MDMA, they have to go off because they're like designer drug. Well, tricyclids are for mental health, but MDMA is like a designer drug.
I know what MDA is.
Right. So they have to send that off, right?
I don't think she's on MDMA. I think that's a false positive.
It's not a positive. There's no positive box checked. There's a positive box next to every negative box, and they're all the positive boxes, there's no checks. It's all negative, 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 negative. And where you get to the ones that have to go off to the lab, there's no mark. There's not a positive or a negative. That means those are the ones that are being tested at the lab.
Or that means those two were never tested.
No, it means those two are being tested at the lab. And she's going to get those back.
Okay. Now, my other question is, TCA, according to what I've seen, must be done on a different test, that it's not on. They can definitely do it if it's suspected drug abuse, but
they can't do P panels on it. They can't do P panels on it, and they can't regulate the amount to know if you're abusing the amount or not, because it's a prescription. So if it's prescribed to you, they're going to have to be able to say it's between this percentage and this percentage. And if she's outside of those percentages, then they'll know that she's abusing it. Like a tricyclid, but they have to take it down and break down the antibodies or whatever in the P in the lab. They have to look at it.
yes.
Yeah.
But I don't know for sure. So I'm not arguing this with you. I'm just stating logically. I've never heard of them leaving it blank if it's negative. Even though they have to test the results, test the levels of it, that I get.
Okay, but why didn't they mark it positive then, Laura?
I didn't see it. I don't know.
Okay, so there's positive and negative boxes next to everything. Go rewatch. You can see when I first bring it up, there's positive and negative boxes to each one where they hit either positive, it was positive or negative. Now, the second time I showed it up, it might have been a little dizzy looking, but the first time I showed it, you could see the positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. They had boxes for each positive and negative, like a yes or a no. Okay. So all the boxes was marked negative except MDA, TCA, and they weren't marked positive. So if they were tests there, they would have been, and she was dirty for it, they would have marked that as positive.
No, because I'm gonna throw that back at you. If it was negative,
they're
they would
sending
have
it
marked
off-
it negative.
If they're
But they
sending it
have to
off,
send
you
it
have
off
to
to get
lab it, Laura. You can't tricyclids. You have to lab it. You have to lab tricyclids, Elavil and stuff like that. They have to see if it's your urine is matching up with the amount that you're taking. Like the
Yes,
right.
exactly. If you're taking it, she denies taking anything. That's my point.
But
Even
But
antidepressants.
it doesn't matter. They're not choosing. She doesn't get to choose what they test for. They test what they test for.
No, you're missing the point.
No, you're missing the point.
You're missing the point. Listen to me. She says that she doesn't take
She
any.
doesn't.
Then
She
her
doesn't take tricyclids. She doesn't take MDMA. She doesn't take TCA. They are
then
sending it off for a lab. That is the first panel. She will get the rest of the drugs that are labbing right now with the tricyclids. She will get those back. But what she's so far been accused of, I showed you all. She's not dirty for methadone. She's not dirty for anything.
I never.
Okay. Well, if this is about what you said and make sure to cover your ass on whatever, that's fine. But I'm going to tell you there's a positive negative box behind every single one of those drugs. And there's a reason why the tricyclids and the MDMA is not marked. And those are two drugs that have to be labbed so they can find out how much you have in your system, because MDA can even give off an amphetamine, which you can be prescribed an amphetamine. So when you're prescribed medicine, they send it off and they make sure you're within that balance. You know, you have to be within it's like a rating system, to
And
your
I don't-
medicines.
I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm trying to tell you is that if she wasn't on anything, then those would have come back negative immediately. If she didn't have anything in her system like she claims, then those would have come back negative.
No, they wouldn't have, because they can't be tested on a panel. They have to be labbed, for fuck's
Stop
sake.
yelling at me. Hold on. I'm going to check something real quick. Hold on. If I test for tricyclic, hey Janessa, tricyclic antidepressants and never took one, will it automatically show up negative? All right. She is right, though. I just looked. No, a tricyclic antidepressant will not automatically show up as negative if you haven't taken one, as it will only detect the presence of TCAs or their metabolites. However, certain medications, such as Benadryl, psychobenzapine, antipsychotics, can cause a false positive result on a preliminary TCA screen by interfering with the test. A more specific confirmatory test, like gas something, is needed to confirm the presence of TCA and to differentiate them from interfering substances. So I'm kind of half right, half wrong. Yeah, but it's saying that some of them will show up automatically. Some won't. Like Benadryl can cause a false positive. Cyclobenzapine is a muscle relaxant known to interfere with older TCA screening tests. Other drugs, such antipsychotics like thiazurine and other antidepressants, can also interfere with the test. Metabolites, some substance when metabolized in the body, can create compounds that is a less specific test might mistake for TCAs. So, in all fairness, if I don't have anything in my system, it's still coming out negative. Only if you have something in your system, even if it's Benadryl, is it going to come up as something where you have to get tested. I'm not showing the results. There's going to be a million people. I mean, Joanne, you see what I'm saying here? Like, I'm not fucking crazy. That's all I was trying to say. If there's something in your system, like something is in your system, then yes, you're going to have to take it further. But if there's nothing in your system, negative is negative. Hey, sweet Steva. If it comes up positive, exactly. If it comes up positive, they send it to a medical review officer to review what kind of prescription, etc. That's what I'm saying. Not if they haven't tested for it. But they did test for it. Dude, I don't know who you are. But you're fake, so have a good day. Hey, Narcos. Yeah, I never said she was on methadone. I said she was on some kind of prescription. That's what I said. And I stand by that. Now, I'll save that for a minute. Hold on. Looking at now, also, Moon was saying that there is a positive and a negative box. I did not see that. I saw negative. That's all I saw. But at the same time, if it's done by a lab, why was it marked off in pen? Like, here are my issues, okay? If it was done by the lab, then why was it marked off in pen? Question number 1. Question number 2. According to Brittany, not according to me, not according to Moon, not according to anybody else. According to Brittany, they tested her in her house. Like, literally tested her in her house. So where's that result? If this one was done at the lab, then what happened to the one at the house? Because that's the one that she kept saying that she had. That was the one that she kept saying. They did it at the house. They did it at the house. So that's why I thought that was the one at the house. And then they just marked it off with a pen kind of thing. That would make sense to me. But if this was done at a lab, that's not going to be done with a pen. Now, could it be a copy and it look like a pen? Yeah. But I'm pretty sure they use an X, I think. Yeah, she said that it was done at her house. Because I did a whole thing about it. That, how is that sanitary? That's kind of gross. Why would they do it one at her house? And that's why I know Brittany did say that it was done at her house. that the first one was like done at a house. We did a whole thing on it. Well, I'm just telling you, she did say it was at her house. I'm telling you, I remember doing a whole thing on it. I spoke about it. That's how I know. Test done by a social. Thank you. The test was done at a social worker at her house. That unring was tested, and social worker marked results. The same urine is then set. That's what I thought too. See, Moon Cheese, that's what I heard too. But here's the catch. Here's the catch to this. That story is now changed twice. Now it wasn't done at her house. She had to go to the lab. And, she's still waiting on the results. So those results she wouldn't have gotten back. You see what I'm saying? Everything has changed. And these results, she allegedly got back immediately. Which would make sense if it was done at her house. At the house, and then but you guys realize like how weird this is? We all watch the exact same thing, and so far 3 of you have had completely different stories. Think about that. Like seriously, think about that for a second. It's like we all heard 3 different things. I agree with that too, Joanne. Who made a big deal about there only being one social worker and having to pee in front of her. Thank you. All right, I'm not fucking crazy here. They made a big deal about only being one social worker and having to pee in front of her at the house. Then she said she was given 1 hour to go to the test lab. Carrie, that's what I remember. Exactly what Carrie just said is how I remember it. But that's what I'm saying, Holly. There's a million different stories. And like I said, if people in Moon's chat weren't on my fucking ass saying, Laura, see, what do you got to say now? Blah, blah, blah. I would have never even fucking looked into this. But since they want to run their mouth, then I looked into it, and this is what I found. And her being on TCA does not surprise me at all, in the least. Initial paperwork filled out with a pen. See, I don't know. Is it possible that they just had the paper in front of them? Oh, no, but they said there was a lab involved in everything. Now, Angela, was the lab info typed in, or was that a pen too? Well, drug test results written in pen aren't good to use because the result can be tampered with if written in pen. No, good vibes. Definitely not. But like I said, I don't think she's on the hardcore drugs that people like. I don't think she's on methadone. I don't think she's on heroin. I don't think she's on hard drugs. And I never did. Well, I did the first day. But like what the dark side thinks she's on, I don't think she's on. I just said she's on some kind of prescription and is lying about it. And I don't know why she's lying about it. Especially if it's like antidepressants. Who gives a fuck? Well, from what I read, some TCAs can mimic opiates. It may not show up as opiate, but it can mimic like some opiates. Like what what it makes you feel like. And many TCAs make you very tired. There are many versions of stories is because all the misinformation spread by those who cover Britney. I agree with that too. It's not people that cover Britney, it's also Britney. My neighbor had the same type of situation and they did a hair follicle test on the baseline. Also, did tests come back quick or immediate and they came periodically? Yeah, they did a hair. Yeah, was this a hair follicle test or a urine test on the report? See, Sly, and that I don't believe. I just don't believe that. That's one of the lies I am just not buying. No, I said she was on a prescription pill. That is what I've said. And I haven't really changed that. I've said prescription pills. I just don't know why the barrage of lying day after day after day about everything. I heard the C and Ds are all mixed up. They're saying that Clue got queens. That's pretty funny. I didn't hear what Clues was or anything. I only know Grannies. Yeah, the whole pen thing, that doesn't I'm not shocked by the whole pen thing. But does anyone know the date? Angela, is there a date on it? I agree, Bad Wolf. Now, I heard something today that I'm sure many of you guys heard already, but it pissed me the fuck off. And I don't know why someone who's not on drugs would do something like this to a child. But I'm telling you, it's bad. Clue said showed the video of someone passing by her house. No, Queen Bee did that. Said she couldn't show the test results because the social worker was in field work this week and they can't be emailed. Yeah, it doesn't make sense either. Jamie, you're missing the entire fucking point. Let me point this out again for those in the back. Nobody gives a fuck if she's on drugs. If she has to take drugs for whatever, go right ahead. I'm on Adderall. And the point is, she just keeps fucking lying. And then she gets other people lying. And then before you know it, half the motherfucking community is lying for her. And then everybody's fucking lying. That's the point. I don't know why it's so hard for so many people to truly fucking understand that. My entire issue with this, what started this, was me going over to Granny's watching, and I was gonna fucking rail Granny for bullshit about Britney. And then when I go over to Granny and I watch the video, What do I see? She's fucking nodding out. And everything Granny was saying was 100% right. That's how I got involved in this. And then Brittany, deny. Why are you denying it? Nobody falls asleep this much and makes it look like a nod. It just doesn't. Hold on, what was that? You were arguing with BJ's biggest simps who would believe the sky was yellow if she told them that. Yeah, kind of. And it's not only late at night, it happens during the day. It happens whenever she makes it happen. And I don't know why she can't just say, yes, I'm on maintenance meds. But every time she gets called out on something, she denies until she can't deny it anymore. And then boom. So everyone's saying like, well, what if she is? Who cares she's on prescription pills? I don't care if she's on prescription pills. I don't give a fuck. But I don't know why she's lying about it. All she has to do is say, yeah, I'm on this and this. Okay, cool. Now, it explains why you're nodding out. You're probably better off doing your live before you take your nightly pill or whatever it is. It's like somebody taking Ambien before they go live. What the fuck are you doing? Why would you take Ambien before you go live? And that's fucking crazy. But somebody would say, I'm on Ambien. Okay. Plain and simple. It's not rocket science. But that's all I'm saying, sweet misery. And for those saying, oh, it's none of your business. It's on fucking YouTube. Yes, it's everybody's business. Unfortunately. I learned this the hard way. But if you're doing something on YouTube, people on any platform, TikTok, YouTube, doesn't matter. You're going to people are going to talk about it. Plain and simple. What level people are going to talk about, that's on the individual person. Like, I'm sure 20 people are going to fucking blast that drug test everywhere. I'm not doing it. Now, for those of you that have been coming after her for a long time, probably have seen this video 10 times over. But for me personally, it was a big eye-opener. For those of you that are like me and really haven't followed Brittany and don't know what the haters have been talking about forever, especially about her kid, and, her falling asleep and blaming her kid, to be honest with you, I followed it so little, I thought they were lying. I thought GW was lying about it. I thought other people were lying about it. I'm like, you guys are fucking crazy. I'm not following this. This is bullshit, blah, 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 blah. And then someone showed me this video today. And the reason why I'm showing it is twofold. Remember last night, that chick wanted to bait me and come on my panel and, I'm so horrible, blah, blah, blah. And we would talk about the whole CPS, it's up to the parents. What I witnessed and what you guys are about to witness is why her kids are afraid of CPS. You cannot gaslight. All right, I'll call them the dark side. You cannot gaslight children and make them think that they're the ones that are crazy. And you can't convince them that their truth is wrong and it's all a lie. And that's what this video does. And it's fucking gross. And I can assure you, if people went through her videos and went through video after video after video, they would see, I'm sure this happened more than once. And that explains why certain people are just so petrified of CPS, because the parents are lying to their kids. And the parents are probably scaring the fuck out of the kids and telling the kids, you better lie to them. You better not tell them this. You better not tell them that. That's what makes kids petrified of CPS. Plain and simple. And what I'm about to show you is a prime fucking example of this. And it's heart-wrenching. It really is. But now I see what the quote unquote dark side is talking about when it comes to this. Do I agree with everything they go after her for? Absolutely not. Do I think some of the things they go after her for are fucking out of their minds? Yes, I do. Do I think that half the shit they go after her for is complete nonsense and bullying? Yes, I do. But not everything. And I'm going to show you. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I'm telling you, it really broke my heart. I was like, you know what? This is why people are fucking scared of CPS. Oh, and UA, then I'll get back to what you posted. UA sent me a really good article. I'll play it afterwards. How the fuck do you send the wrong C and Ds to people? Explain that to me. Is that even possible? Hey, Rhodey, how do you send wrong C and Ds to people? You're paying a lawyer not to do that. That's weird. And by the way, did anyone know Jilly Jill from not Jilly Bean, Jilly Jill from G Mango's crew? Well, she passed away. If anyone knows her, I don't know who she was. Hey, Earth Angel, but I got notification that she had passed away. Oh, you know who she was, Rebel Soul? Yeah, I don't know who she was. Yeah, she passed. Bad Wolf, did you know who she was? Jilly Jill? Or she went by Salty Dog? Salty, yeah, DAWG. Yeah, Legally Blonde, you might know. She passed. Had she passed, Bad Wolf? I don't think I knew her. I'm sorry to break it to you, Legally Blonde. I could show you the video that came in my session. That came in my thing. Oh, she died a few years ago? Are you sure about that? Because I just got a video from 1 day ago. Maybe she did. I don't know. It's hard to tell from the comments. She died a few years. I don't know. Why did they make it out like it's brand new? No, not Salty. Yeah, DAWG. I'm sorry then. I thought this was new. It looked like it was new from the video. I'm sorry. All right. Because they even said she's talking to G now. All right. Sorry, guys. Hold on.
Was in here. I'm sorry.
All right, so this video comes from the Scoop with Barb. I remember her from Britney, but I kind of remember her from MGL for some reason. For some reason, I think of her, I think of MGL, but I might be wrong. Yeah, everyone knows G's passed away. I don't know. I sorry, I thought it was new. I mean, someone posted a video a day ago and says we miss you. I kind of think it's new.
Wait, I didn't go back far enough.
Because I actually did care about her.
Loud stuff in this one too. And I started it a little bit before apparently she nodded, because look, if you're going to go get on the phone with your daughter or text your daughter, just say, hold on a second, I got to text my daughter. Because you do that a lot. You text them, your freaking Facebook Messenger was blowing up during live streams. That's so rude to have all that noise in the background. And especially when Craig's back there with his loud stuff. But there's loud stuff in this one too. Anyway, we heard her little boy giggle.
Chip, she said.
There he goes.
Oh my God. No, that wasn't true. I gave her a wrench because I cared about her.
And this is showing her right before she apparently nods off. And we can't prove it because we can't see her. We can just go by the hundreds of videos she's made where she's been on live, been on camera, and nodded off.
That's why she had a wrench. I gave her a wrench because I actually did care about her.
Bad Wolf, don't fight with Narcos. I like Narcos. Narcos doesn't represent Sinner.
Sleeping. Sleeping. It sounded there, now that I'm listening to it for the third or fourth time or 100th time, it sounds like he clapped first. Let's go back just a little bit. Wait, I didn't go back far enough. I think he was clapping or snapping his fingers. Now, a lot of little kids can't do that. But I think a while back, the kids would say, Mom, wake up. And then she got them trained to clap and stuff. And so I'm not sure. I'm not positive.
Now you heard this kid say twice, Mom, get up. Mom, twice. And then he clapped.
But he says Mom 3 times after the parent clapping or
Bad Wolf, stop.
clicking, or if he's just playing in the background. And it took her 3 times, and then she sounds sleepy when okay, let me go back. And then she sounds sleepy.
What?
Wake up.
Baby, I'm looking down at my phone texting. Are you even gonna, do you realize what Jesus, hold on a minute.
Jesus, I hate that. And I don't know if I've already said this because I said it when I was filming a minute ago and looked down and I hadn't restarted my recording after a pause for a blooper. So we're just going to go through it. And if there's a bunch of bloopers in here, I'm sorry. I'm just Barb. I'm over here just trying to get through this. Now I forgot what I was going to say. I got to go back and hear what she's saying.
On a minute. I'm going to have to turn my phone on.
Oh, right there. Oh, see, now I forgot what I was going to say. But now she says, I'm going to have to turn my phone on when she just said she was on the phone texting with her daughter.
On a minute. I'm going to have to turn my phone on. Oh, my God. Because my kid just looked at, you didn't even look at
Your
me.
phone was on
Your phone,
or off?
you just told me to wake up. I'm looking down at my phone texting. Neil, did you even look to see that I had my phone and I'm texting your sister?
Who did he call names to? He is a member, but who did he call names to? Help me out here.
Kid,
I don't know what he says right there. He says no something.
Kid. And look to see that I have my phone and I'm texting your sister.
No, your head was flopped. Is that what he says?
And look to see that I have my phone and I'm texting your sister.
Your head was floppy or your head was something. Brittany, quit making your kids lie. This is horrible. I have childhood trauma, and this triggers me, okay? A lot of what I have childhood trauma over is just verbal stuff, right? I'm like ultra sensitive. That's why I can't do a lot of the drama stuff. I'm so sensitive that I can cry. Like, I'd probably make a good actress because I can feel my tear ducts right now. No, your
Oh my God, because my kid just looked at you. Didn't even look at
Your
me.
phone
You're
was
looking at
on
your phone
or
and
off?
you just told me to wake up. I'm looking down. Like, do you realize what
But he says mom 3 times after the parent clapping or clicking or 4th time or 100th time. It sounds like he clapped first. Let's go back just a little bit. Wait, I didn't go back far enough. I think he was clapping or snapping.
Amy, listen, honey, listen. She's lying. Don't you get it? She's lying. She's gaslighting her own child. That is disgusting. Absolutely lowest of the low. Because you don't want to admit you're sleeping, so you gaslight your fucking child. That is vile. Absolutely fucking vile.
Tapping his fingers. Now, a lot of little kids can't do that. But I think a while back, the kids would say, Mom, wake up. And then she got them trained to clap and stuff. And so I'm not sure. I'm not positive.
See, I love all the Britney supporters like pathetic out. Why? Because you don't want to face the fucking truth. That's not my problem. It's not my problem that you guys can't own up that Britney is a fucking liar. And when I went into this, like recently, my eyes were open. I didn't have anything against her. I still don't have anything against her. But I'm not going to be fooled either. And the fact that you guys aren't listening to what actually just happened here is crazy to me. Just forget sides, forget the dark side, just listen to this interaction. That's all I'm asking.
But he says Mom 3 times after the parent clapping or clicking or if he's just playing in the background. And it took her 3 times, and then she sounds sleepy when okay, let me go back. And then she sounds sleepy.
What? Baby, I'm looking down at my phone texting. Are you even gonna, like, do you realize what you Jesus, hold on a minute.
Jesus, I hate that. And I don't know if I've already said this because I said it when I was filming a minute ago and looked down and I hadn't restarted my recording after a pause for a blooper. So we're just going to go through it. And if there's a bunch of bloopers in here, I'm sorry. I'm just Barb. I'm over here just trying to get through this. Now I forgot what I was going to say. I got to go back and hear what she was saying.
On a minute. I'm gonna have to turn my phone on.
Oh, right there. Oh, see, now I forgot what I was going to say. But now she says, I'm going to have to turn my phone on. when she just said she was on the phone texting with her daughter?
On a minute. I'm gonna have to turn my phone on. Oh my God, because my kid just looked at you didn't even look at
Your
me.
phone
You're
was
looking at
on
your phone.
or off?
You just told me to wake up. I'm looking down at my phone texting. Neil, did you even look to see that I had my phone and I'm texting your sister? Kid.
I don't know what he says right there. He says no something.
He said, I know your hand something, and then it cut off. She cut him off when he said, no, your hand something. So he was calling her out saying that your hands weren't on your phone. You're fucking lying. But she cut him off.
Kid. Even look to see that I had my phone and I'm texting your sister?
No, your head was flopped. Is that what he says?
And look to see that I had my phone and I'm texting your sister?
Your head was floppy or your head was something. Brittany, quit making your kids lie. This is horrible. I have childhood trauma and this triggers me, okay? A lot of what I have childhood trauma over is just verbal stuff, right? I'm like ultra sensitive. That's why I can't do a lot of the drama stuff. I'm so sensitive that I can cry. Like I'd probably make a good actress because I can feel my tear ducts right now. Like I'm about to cry. And I'm not sad or anything, but I can talk about it or go see my doctor and, just stuff that where you're embarrassed to cry. And I'm really sensitive.
Kid. Oh my God, I wish you wouldn't do that. Look, I hate this. I'm gonna have to show y'all. I'm messaging my daughter because Neil just said wake up, and I'm literally sitting here texting my daughter.
Why don't you put your phone up there, which I never could see it in the original video.
I have a better idea. How about you put your phone down and you say I'm on a live? How's that? Because that's what I do. My kids call. Sorry, I'm on a live. I'll call you back. But no, she doubles and triples down. Hey, Boston.
I don't think I was watching when she did this last night. I was watching my Indiana Fever winning playoffs. Anyway.
Boston, Moon didn't show that it was 10, but I counted definitely more than 10. So that's kind of weird. It definitely wasn't 10 panels because I counted more than 10 panels.
So she puts her phone, she's already doxed her daughter once with this phone thing. And now she's doing it again. No wonder people are looking into your family. You're fighting with people, they're going to look you up. That's just the way it is.
God, she's asking me for, well, can't
the
even.
God and Jesus thing, that's what I was going to say. I don't know if I said this in this video or the one I just did, but I texted her. No, I went into her chat one day and I said, a few months ago, I already was not supporting her, but I went in there because we had never had any arguments or anything. And so I could still come in there and I said, why do you use Jesus and oh my God so much as a Christian? And she just went off on me about how Natasha Cooper, how all those conversations we had about Natasha Cooper. Well, first of all, it was 3 years ago and we didn't have all those conversations. And yes, she was striking me and stuff like you're starting to do now. to people, striking them and saying you didn't, and I don't know what you're doing, but as a Christian, a nice Southern Christian lady, you should come on here and not be saying Jesus when you're mad. Okay? You just shouldn't do that. I don't know what my religion is, but it's not yours, right? It's not the same as yours. And so I don't approve of that. I don't approve of your behavior overall, and especially how you act with your children.
Neil, you got to actually look at me before you say stuff like that, okay? Because I'm sending my daughter's asking me for money, and I'm texting her back. Let me show the time. Look, 9:32. You see, I just sent the message.
Nobody cares.
Show that.
Let me just point out, if she wasn't sleeping like she claims, then her son wouldn't have had to say, Mom, wake up twice. Okay? Not once, twice. And clapped. Mom, wake up. If she was really texting her daughter, she would have looked up and said, I'm not sleeping. And to add to that, why would it matter if she was sleeping? Why would her son be there to wake her up? That's my other question. Like, why would her son even say anything? If I fall asleep, my kids aren't going to be like, Mom, wake up. They'd be like, Mom, go to bed. They wouldn't clap or anything. And to add to that, I didn't eat the powder puff. And to add to that, why is she out to prove so much to her child? I mean, to her audience. If it was totally legit, just move on then. But she's lying to everybody. She's gaslighting her kid. And let me tell you, I don't care if she gaslights her audience. That's not my concern. Craig being a loser, not my concern. But when I heard the way she gaslights this child is fucking disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. All right. Know what I said? All right, hold on. What I said was 10 panel and 10 boxes were checked. Boston, that's not right though. You're wrong. Because there was a check in between the antidepressants and the MDMA. Let me look before I open my mouth. Let me look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11. Oh, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There were 12 things listed on the test. 10 of them were checked off negative. And then you have 2 that were unchecked. So are you saying that they didn't test for the other 2? Because that's what I said to Moon, and Moon said, no, they did. But I get what you're saying, Boston. 10 tests, 10 negative. I get it. But yeah, there are 12 things listed. 10 of them are marked negative. 2 of them are not checked. And MDMA was not checked, and the TCA was not checked. Now, Moon said that she showed a positive. I looked through the whole thing. She never showed it. So I think that was an error on her, Moon. I know, Cinnamon. You had to blow it up. Test goes to one lab that checks for everything. but it was marked off by a pen. Hey, at least it was a black pen and not a red one. So if it was only a 10-panel test and 12 were listed, then Moon was wrong. Unless Moon just explained it wrong. Which I don't know. At top, yeah, we didn't see the top though, Boston. Then 5, 10, 14, and 10 was marked. So it's 10 panel. That's why. Okay. So then Moon was wrong. No, Boston could be right. I'm not saying Boston's wrong. Boston could definitely be right. They would have checked. So maybe that's where Moon was right. I don't know. If she lets Moon show it, I don't know why she just doesn't show it. But I get she doesn't have to, but she's letting Moon show it anyway. But if it was only a 10-panel test and they never tested for the other two, all right, I'm eating my own words. Even showing it, like I said, even if she shows it, the dark side's gonna still be the dark side. But it doesn't say, from what I can tell. Yeah, marked with it. Well, if something is negative, it's negative. No lab's gonna change that. Negative is negative. It was very hard to see, but it was definitely the standard. Boston, since you saw the whole thing, is there a date on it? Do you have a date on it? See, I'm not even concerned over the the mark of it, because the rest of it looks legit. So if they just did it like, quickly, or at the house, not at the house, at the lab, like real quick, just boom, boom, boom. I'm not going to question that, because I don't know. All labs are different. Maybe the person was in a rush. And then now they're going to send it to the lab to get the other things tested. That I'm okay with. That I can understand. That's what I'm saying, Never. But she might be right, though. It's possible she could be right. That's not true, Queen Bella. They don't remove your kids just from a dirty test. That's like a big fallacy that people think. One thing they will do is test the kids. Yeah, but these aren't official results. These are preliminary results. These weren't official results. That's what I'm saying. This may have just been initial boom, boom, boom from, like, P-test. They stick a stick in it and it comes back negative, negative, negative. Oh, the date said March? Yeah, actually, I did see that. I did hear that. Yeah, there are a lot of people that fail drug tests that don't have the kids removed. See, Boston, here's the thing though. There have been so many fucking different stories. That's why people are saying different things. Nobody has come up with the same thing. It's like everybody has a different story of what the fuck, where it was, how it happened. She originally said it was at the house. Then she had to go to the lab. Then it wasn't at the lab. Then it's the official results. And it's not the official results. And it's preliminary results. And it's not preliminary results. Make up your mind. Not you personally. I'm saying in general. And she also said she gets drug tested every week, every month. But you don't get drug tested unless you're given some kind of pill, which would be the tricycle antidepressants. Made perfect sense to me. Just Irish, you got ratted out by someone. Did you know Just Irish is in Laura's live? She's in Laura's live. Watch out. Yeah, BJ can't say a story twice. But I noticed that too, though. What's the date on it? Because Moon did say March. And then she said, oh, I can't find the date. Now, I can see that from a doctor who just checked it off. I don't remember. I think it was in Sinner or Moon's. I think it was in Sinner's chat. Yeah. You guys got the hint. All right, let's go back to the video and then we'll go back to this. But I want to finish this out.
Some of these people saying I'm asleep. Damn it. See it?
No, we can't see
9:32.
We don't want to see it.
I'm certainly not asleep. I'm texting my child.
Go fly a kite like this little girl out here running in a field all happy and everything. You know, kids need that. I'm not going to talk about what you do or don't do with your children because I'm not there. But if your children are up in the middle of the night playing video games, then it's pretty obvious they're not getting a lot of exercise because they would be crashed out. They've been to school all day and then say they came home and y'all took them out and you flew a kite with them and stuff. Boom, they would be right out to sleep. Or
all right. Now that part is where I don't agree with. However, Brittany wants to be a parent or not go out or do that. That's on her. You know, I can only worry about my kids and all the wonderful things that I've done with them. I'm not going to preach to somebody what they should do with their kids. But what pissed me off about this was how she gaslit her child. That, just connect that to parents whose kids are traumatized by CPS. That's why they're traumatized, because you fucking gaslight them, because you lie to them, because you're the adult. They look up to you. They absolutely look up to you. And for you to gaslight the fuck out of them and make them second guess what they see when you probably told them, wake me up if I fall asleep. And then you're like, oh my God, I was just texting my daughter. I know you weren't texting your daughter. You know, want to know how? Because you would have just said, hold on, I'm texting so-and-so. Your kid knew you were fucking sleeping. Get over yourself. And this furthered into, no, that's not me. I'm up there. That's Barb. This furthered into my conversation last night about CPS. Don't gaslight your kids. It's fucking gross. Absolutely fucking gross. So, but I do agree with Barb about the whole people that are very religious don't say Jesus when they're mad. And Brittany does do that a lot, but it's probably why I don't fucking, I'm not religious. So there's that. It is, Lumpy, it's gross. I couldn't believe that she did that. This is the first time I heard this today. I was like, this is disgusting. That is your child who looks up to you. Like, what the fuck? But if she wants to be a shitty parent, that's on her. I'm not gonna, tell her, take your kid out, do this, do that. That's not my problem. But this was gross.
Kids playing t-ball. Some of my friends over here were posting pictures. Their little boy got it. He's having trouble on base. I'm going to talk about in a minute. Learning to be a teammate.
Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus.
Ugh. I guess I'm gonna have to leave my fucking camera on.
And you're talking like that in front of your son too. Lying.
Okay. Honest, I cursed in front of my kids. My son would say, Mom, no cursing in front of children. You are correct. No cursing in front of children.
Making him lie, calling him a liar, basically. Now where are you?
Sorry, my daughter's freaking.
Still?
Could you see it? God. I don't want to even show my private messages, but they're going to run with that shit anyway. Y'all know I'm awake, right? Everybody knows. You can tell if I'm asleep. Did I sound like I was sleepy? I'm sitting here texting my daughter.
No, you didn't sound like you were sleepy. You sounded just fine until there was nothing but your music playing and whatever he's doing in the background. You didn't sound sleepy at all. No yawns. No, your voice was strong. There was no sleepy pattern to it.
That's the absolute beauty of a kid that's behind you and he's not freaking, he can't see you.
You've been telling us for months that your kid's not back there anymore because all the people on YouTube made it where I can't even have my kids in the room. You shouldn't have your kids in the room while you're doing live streams. I don't care if they can hear anybody else, they can hear you. And you talk about a lot of things, and Craig talks about a lot of things back there that those kids don't need to be hearing for developmental reasons, right?
Anyway, back to what we were.
Niece, I have missed it. I knew nothing about it. I didn't follow Brittany. I had no idea.
Saying, yeah.
What?
Literally sitting here texting my daughter.
Oh, I got
32.
if I had an internet thing or what? Where were
Let me
we?
show that. Last thing I need is people saying
I think it backed up a little bit. Something happened.
See it?
Casual art, you just summed it up perfectly. And I think that's what I have been trying to get at and failing miserably. So thank you for summing it up perfectly. BJ, just do better. Your audience doesn't need this whole fucking song and dance. That tells me you're hiding it like a fucking child that's always on a defense. That's childish behavior. Just fucking own it. Yeah, I fell asleep. All right, sorry, kid. Thank you for waking me. Why is that so difficult? That's what I don't get. That's what bothers me. And that's what I like. Okay, so you fell asleep. End your live and go to bed. Now, I don't know when this one was good vibes exactly. But really, Casual Art said it perfectly. Stop trying to make all these excuses of why something didn't happen, gaslighting your kid and blah, blah, blah. Then just do better. You don't need a speech. You don't need it. Just do better. And don't gaslight your fucking children.
9:32.
Internet or StreamYard or
I'm certainly not asleep. I'm texting my child.
sorry, I don't
Jesus.
know what my spot was.
Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to leave my fucking camera on.
All of this just because she nodded out for a minute. But you see what I'm saying? all of this cover up, all of this manipulation, all of this fucking gaslighting to a 10-year-old child. That is vile. BJ, this is not you falling asleep. This is disgusting. Because all you have to do is just say, okay, I fell asleep for a second. And that's it. I'm going to bed, guys. I'll do better, whatever. Not only is it elementary, it's just so fucked up.
I know we're replaying this part. Or maybe that was the end and it just ended. Maybe that was what happened.
Sorry, my daughter's freaking. Could you see it? God. I don't want to even show my private messages, but
Moon, if somebody Moon Cheese, if somebody didn't fall asleep, that's all she had to say. Moon Cheese, do you have children? I'm pretty sure that every parent in here can relate to what I'm about to say. If you have multiple kids and one person, all right, so I'll use my twins. They would try to get each other in trouble. And Phoenix would blame Sage and Sage would blame Phoenix. And then Dayton would come along and tell the truth. But, Phoenix would try to blame them. And if Dayton was, or I'm sorry, I said that wrong. If Phoenix tried to blame Dayton for stuff, it was a matter of, if Dayton was guilty, he'd be like, Mom, I didn't do it, but there would be excuse after excuse after excuse. But if he didn't do it, it was just by I swear I didn't do that. I promise you. Totally different attitude, no excuses, no rambling on and on and on. It was just a simple, Mom, I swear I didn't do it. And I believed him. And then, the other two would fess up that it was them. And I think it's easier to see when you have children. But how many excuses she's making, the gaslighting to her child, the nonstop, oh my God, how could you accuse me of that? That tells me she did fall asleep and now she's gaslighting everybody. So you asked me, how do I know she fell asleep? That's how I know.
they're going to run with that shit anyway. Y'all know I'm awake, right? Everybody knows. You can tell if I'm
Running with the devil.
asleep. Did I sound like I was sleepy? I'm sitting here texting my daughter. That's the absolute beauty of a kid that's behind you and he's not freaking, he can't see.
Yeah, I think it just ended because we got 7 seconds. But she, right there, she's talking about her kid. Her kid's not in the room. You've been saying he's not even in there, and now you're saying he's back behind you.
Anyway, back to what we were saying. Yeah, wrench because it
just
couldn't have.
ended, and I was freaking out. Okay. Simple.
All right, so then she gets into this other stuff, which really doesn't mean anything. But she gets into development of 5 to 12 year, and she goes into this whole development thing, which is not my business. I've already raised mine. This was a regular job, and she was falling asleep off and on. She would probably be called into personnel and asked if that's a good point. That's a really good point. And just admit it. I just think it's funny, too, that she acts like, oh, no, I don't say that, Lumpy. It's just that she acts like, oh, well, I was texting my daughter, but you're on a live. Worry about your subscribers and tell your daughter you'll call her back. She's an adult. It's not narcolepsy. And for those of you that are wondering, how do I know it's not narcolepsy or some medical disease? Because she seems to be able to control it. If it was a medical issue, she would not be able to control it. And no, do not call CPS. It's not our concern. We can voice an opinion, but I do not believe in calling CPS. Trust me, I don't believe in it. I've already done it. Don't do it. Yeah, she said herself she doesn't have medical or narcolepsy. All right. So UA had sent me this article. First time I'm seeing it, just like you guys. Tricyclic antidepressants abuse with or without benzos abuse in former heroin addicts currently in methadone maintenance treatment. To measure suspected abuse of tricyclic antidepressant something among methadone maintenance treatment, patients in Israel, we studied cross-sectionally findings. Patients were positive for amitriptyline, logistic regression, found that extent of being AMI positive is higher in benzo abusers and subjects with positive antibody to hepatitis C and in patients treated with high dose methadone. But she did test negative for methadone, according to that. That's true. Shell said she has no breathing issues multiple times, yet we heard the horrific sounds when she's out. That's a good point. That's true, Carrie. That's not asthma. And if that is asthma, wouldn't that happen all the time? Like, I don't know everything about asthma. So for anyone that does, let me know. But if I'm sitting here and I'm wheezing, why would it be worse if I fall asleep? If I'm sitting in the exact same position. Like, I can see a difference laying down and sitting up. That I can see where there would be a difference if you have asthma. But if I'm sitting in the same position, what's the difference? Why would her wheezing be so bad just because she fell asleep? That's a question. I really don't know the answer. Yeah, you don't hear it any other time. That's my point. Yeah, I do it all the time with my kids. I'm like, I can't talk now. I'm on a live. Anything major? My kids will call me from the other bedroom. Because your jaw relaxes and your throat opens. Oh, you mean like when you're passed out? But even if you're not out for a second? I need a doctor. Is there a doctor in the house? She has asthma, but didn't know what albuterol was. She didn't know what albuterol was? Even I know that, and I don't have asthma. Oh, Bed Wolf. I don't know. I thought maybe he was serious. I don't know. Nobody I know has, like, nobody in my family has asthma. So I'm not familiar with it. There are a lot of doctors in the chat. I need a doctor. No, seriously, though. Oh. That is true. It's been a day. Plus drugs, and I think she's on prescriptions too. But I'm just saying, for anybody that knows asthma, wouldn't you wheeze all the time? Like, again, I can see wheezing if you're laying down or sitting up. That's kind of like if you have bronchitis, or you have a cold or a cough. Like, when you lay down, it's different. When you sit up, it's different. I'm there. But I don't get the difference if you're just sitting there and not moving. If you're in the same spot. Yes. And you couldn't control when it happened, Harley. Like, it didn't only happen at night. It happened during the day. It could happen in the morning. It could happen while you were driving, right? She's got medicine you don't usually normally. I have asthma and I don't wheeze all the time. I didn't say you wheeze all the time. I'm saying that if she's sitting there talking, she doesn't wheeze. But when she's knocked out or nods off, then she has this horrendous wheeze, which doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, you can't fight narcolepsy. If I sat down and wasn't moving, I would fall asleep. Okay, what about talking? What about if you were talking? I wheeze all the time, but mine is bad. Yeah, like after Britney did her apology tour speech, she was live for like 30 hours or something. She did not wheeze and she did not fall asleep. Make it make sense. Yeah, like I know you can get wheeze from smoking, and I don't get how she just sits there and all of a sudden she nods off and she's really, really bad. Yeah, even I know what albuterol is, and I've never had asthma. No yawning. No, I don't think she's fallen asleep. I just don't. Now, I'm not going to completely question her drug test or anything. I don't know. And I don't want to sound like my haters. Like, oh, that must be fake. I don't want to sound like that. Oh. But I know what I know. And what I just witnessed. Now, let me see when that video was, though. I don't know when Barb plays that video. Oh, that was from yesterday. So that's new? That video that Barb did of Britney, that just happened with Britney? That wasn't an old video? For some reason, I thought it was an old video. The incident is okay. Thanks, Sly. Because I'm like, for some reason, I thought it was an old video. No, I don't think it is brand new. I kind of thought it was old too. Oh, it was a couple of nights ago? You sure it wasn't like a year ago? That was this week? Oh. All right. On a drama channel, nodded off again and chastised her to. Yeah, it must be new. It said on her drama channel, nodded off again and chastised her child for saying she was asleep. Let's discuss childhood development for this age group, which is the real story behind Britney J's live streaming blunder. So I guess it is new. 2 nights ago. Let me guess, the live is down. She was reviewing Truth and Nunya. Oh, no shit. Let me guess, she took it down. I watched some of that live for like 5 minutes and then I got bored. Yeah, so hold on, back up. So a week ago, she said that her kid was no longer allowed in the room. Her kid is not going to be in the room anymore. She can't have her kids in the office. And not 5 days later, she's reviewing a horrible live that her children should not be listening to begin with. And sure enough, there's Brittany's child in the back trying to wake her up. Do you see the problem? Do you see why people claim they're worried? I'm going to put a big claim on that. Do you see why people claim that they're worried? That's why. If she didn't lie, I don't think any of this would be an issue. She does take lives down. I noticed that too. Anytime she passes out, she takes it down. I'm going to put a banner up like Granny and them have. Don't harass anyone that's talked about on this live. Don't call CPS on anyone. Craig is a waste of life. But from what I can tell, they have a pretty big house. Why is this kid behind her? Why is this kid even in the same room as her while she's talking drama? I agree with that. That's my theory too. Boston, I agree, but let me tell you what I really think. Hold on. I agree with you. That's no way for a kid to live, but I'm also a strong believer, unless you see it firsthand, like in person, I don't think people on YouTube should call you UPS. Yeah, call UPS. I don't think they should call CPS to remove a child per se. And I know everyone's going to call caters, you could stop. We don't need to reiterate that again. I'm saying in general, I just don't think, and I said this about people that had like MFW, not MFW, someone had gotten their child taken away. I forgot who. And it was because of that. Your mom's nodding off. That's so traumatizing. I think it's sad that nobody's noticed before, but here she is lying again. Like, why are you lying that you fell asleep? He's afraid to sleep alone. She said 3 years ago, he stays on the couch till she's done, then they sleep in his room. Are you serious? Do you have proof of that, LA? Craig got music blasting and singing, and she says nothing. But again, I don't know if he's really on the spectrum, though. Has nightmares and insomnia, her words. Let me tell you, though. If that's true, then our obligation is fair. Yeah, that's true too, Angela. No, I don't. This is why I still say active addiction. Because nobody in their right mind is going to continue to lie. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Of course she's going to continue to lie because people are buying her bullshit. And as long as people are buying her bullshit, that's all that matters. She will continue to do it. It was when I first started watching her Dying Idaho 4. Yeah, I would love to hear that for myself. I'm not saying you're lying or anything. I'm just saying I would like to hear that. It's been a day. I say the same thing. I thought you meant dying idle for content. That's what I thought you were trying to say. I don't know. Oh, I think our kids are petrified. I don't think our kids are that little, though. I mean, how little are kids if they know to wake her up if she falls asleep? Hi, Penny. He can't be that off. I mean, I babysit for an autistic 8-year-old. I don't think he would know if you see me fall asleep, wake me. I don't think he would understand that. He might, but I don't think so. But he sounded, I don't know, he sounded pretty coherent to me. She also just never had her kid diagnosed for. Yeah, but to be honest with you, it's been a day that I'm not bothered by. My son didn't get a doctor told him he was fine, and I knew he wasn't. I knew he had autism or Asperger's from when he was very little. And he tested, they told me no. It took till he was like 13 to finally get it was younger than 13. 2nd grade to get a proper diagnosis. So it doesn't surprise me. I mean, that's not out of the norm. Well, if I was gaslighting my kid, I'm sure he'd have nightmares too. Yeah, no, the day that I took my kid to the doctor for quote unquote testing, he was different than he ever been. The doctor was like, he doesn't have autism. I said, he's normally not like this. But I knew that he didn't have signs of quote unquote autism, but it was total Asperger's. And then a mental health counselor brought it to my attention. I was like, finally, somebody sees what I see. But now he's in a top tier school, college, and he's very intelligent. He's a head of a fraternity. He's very normal. Ria's mods heard that her autistic son had insomnia. The nightmare stuff I don't remember. Here, Kristen, were you a member for her 3 years ago? A mod for her? Her and Craig don't do anything together. They really don't. They didn't even know that they've been together 14 years. They didn't even know that one smoked or any. It was fucking weird. Yeah, but I'm saying, Joshua, that the school could have done it. Like one of the all right, I'll give you an example. Phoenix, my son, wanted to get possibly extra testing in college. He's in his junior year now, and he can't do it because he doesn't have a doctor, a pediatrician that said he had autism. Even though his whole schooling, he had it, they won't give it to him. He had an IEP, even though his problem wasn't academics, it was social, but be nice, Bad Wolf. Yeah, Phoenix had an IEP, but it wasn't for learning. His IEP had to do with social. But in order for the school to label you as autism, you have to have some sort of diagnosis from somewhere. Either that or you lie about it, but either way. But they didn't really bother with Phoenix because he was genius. Like he had, 4.8 GPA. So they didn't, as long as the test scores were good, that's all they cared about. But his IEP had to do with social. He didn't know how old the boys were. I was in disbelief. I'm convinced the only time yeah, I don't really think they ever talk. Yeah, I heard about that too. Angela did say that. CPS had to make her get the kids' beds. And she's made plenty of money. The boys could no longer share a bed because that's why she needed to get more beds. I think they're shut-ins too, niece. I'm sure if he can, but doesn't, or he can't. She drives and runs his errands. Well, he probably can't drive because he's an alcoholic. That's my guess. Corrects himself. The only time they spend together is on their stream. Oh, that's a great relationship. But like stuff like that, that's like, I wouldn't critique that. Like we can talk about it, but I wouldn't critique it. That's the kind of stuff I don't get into. Like, it's not my business. You know, that's her life. That's how she wants to live it. If she talked about it on a live, yeah, it can be talked about, but that's not something I would critique her on per se, because really at the end of the day, it's not my life. I don't have to live it. Maybe it's been a day. I think that's why he's in the room with her while she's live now, because he had to give up his office. Do they really have an office? I mean, they've looked up the house. How many bedrooms is it? I know it's not a massive house, but I would think there's 3-bedroom, right? 3-bedroom house? I've never looked it up, so I don't know. I know some of you guys probably have. Those are the guys named Dave that are verbally abusive to women. Yeah, I noticed that, Joshua. They have a double desk they both sit at, and the kids are right behind them. I don't believe they have an office. I really don't. I think it's a 3-bedroom house. I think she has it's right in the living room. They live 1 hour from the beach and never go. Those kids have no vacations, according to her and Craig. Yeah, I don't see her doing much with the kids, but again, that's not my concern. It's not my business. But I think it's in the living room. Oh, I was right. 3 bedrooms and bathroom downstairs and half bath upstairs. That's what I thought. She has 2 kids there, her and Craig. There is no office. Wait, hold on a second. Hold up. See, this is fucked up though. But again, not my business. I'm just stating it. This is an opinion. I'm not going to critique it, but I'm just saying. How many kids does she have living there? 2 or 3? She has 2 kids living there, right? Hang on, Winston. She has 2 kids living there. And it's her and Craig. There's 3 bedrooms right there. How do they have room for an office? Just saying. So the kids are squished in one room so they can have an office? That's not fair. You know what I mean, though? Yeah, one of the bedrooms was an office, but that's not right. But again, I'm not going to critique it. It's not my business. I'm just saying. Now, why do the boys have to share a room if there's enough space? They have 3 bedrooms. The kids are old enough. They probably want their own space. But I don't know. Again, I'm just throwing it out there, my opinion. It's not my business. Exactly, Joshua. I agree with that. Priorities are out of whack. Unless the computer is in the boys' room. And that's why you always hear the boys. I don't know. All that is fueled by lies from the dark side. CPS doesn't order renovations. No, they can, though. No, not renovations. Like, well, they can actually. Moonchies, you're wrong. Hold on. I'm going to look it up. You're wrong, actually. I just looked. Oh, no. Wait, that was the wrong thing. Let's see. In your home. So, all right. In North Carolina, Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS, Child Protective Services, CPS, cannot order renovations in your home. So there you go. Though it's totally illegal for you to live in a car with children, CPS can't do a lot of what people say. No, I agree with you. But no, they can't order remodeling. It says CPS's role is to investigate allegations of child abuse and neglect, not to mandate home improvements unless a court orders them to, so the condition for children to remain in the home or be returned. So, well, actually, yeah, think of Don Wells, the Wells, remember? They said that they had to do renovations in order to get the boys back. The plumbing was messed up and they were fixing it. Yeah, I agree with that too. Usually state has to pay for it if it's obvious fire hazard. State doesn't pay for it.
Depends on the day, like 150 bad day, maybe 250, 350 on a good day.
Hey, Phoenix,
What?
do me a favor,
What?
because you love me.
No? Why?
In the fridge is a bottle of wine. Can you pour me a little?
Do you want ice? Oh wait, we don't have ice.
No, we don't have any ice. It should be cold though. I bought this cotton candy wine that Sage said was phenomenal. So I just had an inking to try it. Yeah, the Wells had no bathroom walls. So they can order renovations, but according to North Carolina, they can't. Phoenix, not a lot, only like a half a glass. Or use like a plastic cup. Just give me a half a cup.
You want more than this?
No, that's fine. I only want a little. I just want to taste it, really. Ooh, that's good. Sage is right. Guys, I highly recommend cotton candy wine. It's good. If you like sweet. If you don't like sweet, you wouldn't like it. Running water. I think running water is mandatory. I do. I think it is mandatory. Is running water mandatory in your home? with children. Yes, running water is effectively mandatory in homes with children due to basic health and safety requirements and potential housing or child welfare code violations. If it is absent, while not explicitly stated as mandatory in all contexts, housing laws require that homes be safe, sanitary, and provide basic utilities to ensure children's well-being. So it is mandatory. I couldn't even imagine living without water. I thought we were going to die living without cable, let alone water. Maybe a back porch patio has been closed. You can't go back because she deletes. Oh, wait. I read two different things. Yeah, plumbing. Only with children, though. Without children, I don't think it is. See, I remember hearing the story with the running water, though. I do remember that. No, she didn't have running water. She said that.
What would be the aftermath of that? A little strong.
They actually helped me get another tank. Moon Cheese, I believe you're wrong. Because I remember her saying that she didn't have running water.
She was like, well, actually, it's still,
See, the thing that I think people are forgetting, though, and I think it really needs to be understood, Moon, and I acknowledge you. I read your comments. You're not even a member. I am too fucking nice. But my point being is that you're making it out like people are making this stuff up out of the clear blue. They got it from somewhere, and they got it. Welcome, Deb. And they got it from Britney or Britney's mods that showed people proof, something. But please don't act like people are just making stuff up out of nowhere. What I've noticed is a lot of stuff. Whoever thought I'd agree and say Laura's just too nice like months ago? I know, right? But instead of thinking that people are just making stuff up or they're pulling it out of the air, they're not. This is all stuff that was talked about on Alive. And believe me, let me back up. There's stuff that I talked about on Alive that got thrown in my face 1,000 times over that I regret ever stating on Alive, but I owned it, and okay, it is what it is. You know, and then shit got twisted and all this fucking crazy stuff has been twisted. And then I'm like, okay, I probably shouldn't have talked about it. But, you know, I got through it and it is what it is. But people just fucking, they were using my words. I mean, fuck, look up my name on YouTube. There's thousands of videos of me back in the day. Thousands of things that I said. And that's why I've always said, I am Britney. I was there. In my opinion, I had a lot worse than she does. The difference was I didn't keep giving them a reason. So they just made up shit. But I didn't constantly give them a reason to, like I wouldn't make promises and then all of a sudden change my mind a day later. I didn't do shit like that. And I didn't lie like Britney does. Angelo, we were all kind of shocked at why Moon. I even told her, don't do this publicly. And then when she came in here yelling, imagine I went on her panel yelling like that. She kicked 3 people off yesterday who even like raised their voice. And then she comes on my panel yelling at me. Thank you, Bad Wolf. Bad Wolf loves me. Rent payment. They did have a problem and had to get it fixed. Craig had to help with it. Took a few days to have it fixed. That's what you always had. Then it's grandfathered in. See, that's why I don't own a house. If you own a house, you have to pay for things. If you have a landlord, you just call them up and say, look, this broke, come fix it. And then they do. I don't know. From what I've seen, Moon Cheese, they're not, from the people I watch, I should say, I don't really hear anything that's made up. But again, I've only been listening a couple weeks. I know who the other Moon is. But Soup once yelled at me because I was addressing Support the Soup as Soup. And she made a whole live about it. So now if someone has a dual name, I just say Moon. Now that's why I always say Moon Cheese. Because I don't need Moon doing a whole live, even though I know Moon's very smart and she wouldn't know that, and she wouldn't do that. But I gotta say it. Moon has made a deal with the devil. Do you know Queen Bee paid her $50 to come after me? Or when Moon dragged me that one day, which honestly I didn't even listen, Queen Bee gave her $50 for it. Moon said that today. I was like, really? I was like, damn. Should have been more. I'm worth a lot more than $50, Queen Bee. Are there really 50 channels reviewing her, though? Isn't it really just the same shit over and over? Moon has made she's extremely odd and defensive. Why? Because she's lying for Britney. What about Britney promising not to go live at night anymore and has been live pretty much every night? Yeah, she also said she was going to do true crime. She hasn't done that either. Niece was around for my day. Niece, do you think Britney had it any worse than I did? I don't. And I had like 15 channels. CPS 5 times. Crazy. I'm still here. Yeah, I didn't know she had a call, Brittany. I don't know. Nope, I begged you to stop responding. But that's what I'm saying. No worse than Molly either. I agree. Molly had it bad. And Molly's a good one because Molly also, like Brittany, gave people reason to talk. But I think she did it on purpose. But you know my point. But Brittany seems to think she has it so bad. Brittany, we've all been there. And I don't think that she had it worse than me. No, she didn't pay Moon to come after me, but Moon said the day that she's like, and I dragged Laura and Queen Bee gave me $50. I was like, she did? Damn. You should have held out for more, Moon. She said, I don't drag someone $50. Give me 500. But let me address that for a second too, though. Back in the day, subscribers, members, Patreon, we would get paid to go after people. There were certain people that I would go after. I would literally be getting paid behind the scenes to go after them. Someone that didn't like them would say, "Here's $100. Go get her." Will you drag so and so tonight? Well, what's it worth to you? I don't know. I give you $100. I give you $50. I'll throw in 20 for that. And before you knew, it was like $300 behind the scenes to go after someone. And then I would go after that person. That's how it was. And I'm sure a lot of other people did that. Moon can be bought. Oh, I know that. But that's what I'm saying. We've all can be bought. The good old days. I won't mention who I got a lot of money for, but that's what we did. At least we did it. So when I heard people say like they were having heart failure, that so and so paid Britney to go after that, we always did that. I think it still might be like that. Who do you want me to go after, Bad Wolf? No, it wasn't nice good vibes. See what happens when you're not in Discord good vibes? No, it doesn't happen anymore. The people that paid the most, I'm not with anymore, but that's what they did. But it was straight drama. I mean, that was drama community. But I just thought it was interesting, though. Yeah, you got 50 invested, Bad Wolf. Who should I go after? And believe me, Mooncheese, I'm not the only one who's taken bribes. That I can assure you. I think everybody's done it at some point. And I mean, I know that's coming out bad. I don't mean taking bribes like that. I mean like your Patreons, your members, your, mods. This one's talking this one. This one's talking that one. Here's money. Go after them. It's really no different than getting super chats. I mean, I still get money behind the scenes. Some people would rather do PayPals or Cash Apps and not announce it on a live. They don't need the recognition, quote unquote. And some people strictly only super chat because they want recognition. A lot of Queen Bees people do that. I don't know why they waste so much money on a live. They give YouTube so much more money than YouTube deserves. No offense, YouTube. But some of her high donators, I'm like, why don't they give this to her behind the scenes so it's all hers? You're not super chatting anymore. Oh, no. She does make mad money. But I'm saying that her, I don't know why her biggest supporters don't just give her money behind the scenes. B can't cry too loud. She makes mad money. Thank you, niece. I agree with the thoughts. I mean, I like Moon. Don't get me wrong. She'll probably block me after today, but get down. Whoops. But I can see her easily being bribed for money. I can. I really can. I could see her taking money for whatever. How come, Lacey? It's kind of important around here, but I'm warming up too. There you go. You'll be on mine soon, Bad Wolf. See, I'd get more super chats if I didn't read chat so much. I'd make you guys pay. You'd have to pay for me to read chat. The gaslighting we've heard is crazy today. Yeah, I don't believe she's on methadone either. I think she's on some kind of prescription. Lacey, I got to tell you something though. I don't kiss and tell, so you have to read between the lines. The other person, the other creator that you like, actually sent me a message to thank me for she heard that I had her back and she said thank you. I was very shocked. Don't say names, but you know who I mean. Oh, did she? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, there you have it then. I guess it's not a secret. But yeah, she sent me a message. I woke up. I was like, damn. I was like, shoo, she's not going to strike me. I'm just asking because when someone is rationally thinking, they would keep to the things they say to their followers, especially after all this controversy. What do you mean, Janessa? Moon said today, BJ is sending out more C&Ds, but these are not through her lawyer. What? Ah, that was me, Lacey. I mean, right is right. It doesn't matter. Right is right. And I've said that multiple times. I don't care who the person is. Right is right and wrong is wrong. Whether I like you or I don't like you, if you're right, you're right. I thought she did a phenomenal job on her answer. I did. I don't remember saying it. BJ sending her more C&Ds, but these are not through a lawyer. Someone made them for her. That makes no sense. I know, right? Maybe I get a C&D. I'd wipe my ass with it right on alive. You know why, Bedwolf? What are you going to sue me for? I have nothing to give. I don't have a fucking pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. I live week to week. 0 in savings, 0 in checking. Come get me, bitch. You get absolutely nothing. Sue me. Maybe I could win. Yeah, sue me for my debt. I got plenty of debt to give you. That's why I'm filing bankruptcy. If I haven't filled out all the damn paperwork. Yeah, this whole C&D shit is bullshit. Because like I said, you send out a C&D if you plan on suing someone. Like Betty. Betty sent Queen Bee a C&D originally and said, if you don't shut the fuck up, exactly, don't threaten me with a good time. If you don't shut the fuck up, I'm taking you to court. And Queen Bee didn't shut the fuck up, and Betty took her to court. That's a proper C&D. That's what a C&D is for. I mean, it backfired on Betty, but so when I hear Brittany sending out all these C&Ds, no. Someone said it in Moon's chat. I don't remember who it was, but I agree with this person 100%. They said that Brittany, and I said this last night, I believe, that Brittany only sent out 2 C&Ds as a way to show that, yes, she has a lawyer. Yes, she filed something. That's it. 2 minuscule C&Ds that probably cost $200. And then Voices, I was listening to Queen Bee last night for like a minute. Voices said to her, do you really think that the money went for C&Ds, or do you think that that it went for that she pocketed it? And Queen Bee was like, oh no, sending out C&D is like $7,500. What the fuck are you talking about, Queen Bee? Have you lost it? Oh wait, you just want to make your legal expenses higher. C&Ds are not $7,500. Unless you have like fucking Mark Garagos writing a C&D. Then maybe he's going to charge like $2,500 a piece. But other than that, no. I couldn't. Yeah, 4 C&D is about $7,500. And no, it's not. I would think there would have been 4, Angela. 1 to Granny's Watching, 1 to Clue, 1 to Nonsense, and 1 to Queen Bee. That's who I would have thought. Oh, I'm sorry. And Jay. Not Queen Bee, Jay. I don't think she'd be dumb enough to go to Queen Bee because she knows Queen Bee has an attorney. I mean, Queen Bee's got a few active attorneys on file. So, yeah, I would say J for J, Clue, Granny's Watching, and Nonsense. That was who I would think C&Ds would get, and all of that combined is not even $1,000. Especially when they're not even paying a process server to serve them, and they're just FedExing them. And now you say that the lawyer got the FedEx wrong and they sent the wrong ones. Aren't there names on it? Wouldn't there be names on it? Doesn't it say the proper name? Like it wouldn't be up for debate about if it was sent to the wrong person? Like, wouldn't it say, Dear Queen Bee, or not Queen Bee, but Rebecca Turner, or, Clue's name? Oh, I agree, Wilby. It's only good if a C&D, I'll tell you where a C&D is worth a fuck. If Turtle Boy, and if you don't know the people I'm talking about, don't worry about it. But if Turtle Boy sent a C&D to the Glare, and the Glare knew Turtle Boy is going to fucking rail him, that's where a C&D can mean something. Women's drama? No. It means shit. But you know what I'm saying, though? Like, if they ever had a fallout and Turtle and Glare was talking about him, and Turtle Boy sent Glare a C&D. I get that. And that I would get if, Glare took it seriously. Totally understood that. I would understand that. Because Turtle Boy is going to rail him afterwards. I could see a C&D like that standing up. But women's drama, please. I don't know what she said. That's what I said, Good Vibes. I said that yesterday. I said, because even if, and this is exactly what I said, Good Vibes, even if this goes to, they listen to the C&Ds, okay? Let's just say they listen. Nothing is stopping their 10,000 subscribers, active participants from starting channels and then going after Britney. That's how ridiculous it is. It really, that's how stupid it is. And if they take down a channel, you don't think that they're going to come back tenfold? Let's say Clue. Let's say you take Clue's channel per se, okay? Cletus has a channel. So they'll go on Cletus's channel, and every single one of her active participant subs are going to fucking go, make videos about you. And Clue's going to be on, like, it's going to be 10 times worse. I just don't know what these people are thinking. I think educated opinion means you have to go real life to get their address. Exactly, good vibes. It's such a waste of sub money. And even if they didn't shut up and they decide that she's gonna file a lawsuit, she doesn't have the money to file a lawsuit in everybody's state. She just doesn't. She doesn't have the money to follow through. If they were all in NC, maybe, but no. So the fact that the lawyer didn't even double check with her that he got things right or anything just tells me that she probably paid him $50. I do not believe she paid him $4,000 at all whatsoever. Yep. I said that yesterday, Lacey. If she wants to go after Clue, she'd have to do it. Hire a lawyer in Tennessee and go after Clue. If she wanted to go after Granny, she'd have to hire a lawyer in Pennsylvania and go after Granny. If she wanted to go after Nonsense, she would have to get in. She would have to do it in Arizona, and Queen Bee should have to do it in Illinois. It's so stupid. And then who's paying for all this? And then if she was taking channels down, going on what we heard, $7,500 a channel. You think they're going to get channels taken down, 4 of them for $1,000? Yeah, okay. And then she acts like the guy's watching YouTube. Newsflash, lawyers are not watching fucking YouTube. And if they are, you need a new lawyer. Lawyers don't need to know your women's drama to defend you. Just know that now. Defense lawyers don't need to know you're guilty to defend you. Actually, the opposite. They don't want to know if you're guilty. And they could still defend you. I just don't know why the misconceptions that I hear about all of this are just crazy. I promise you guys, YouTube legal is not worried about some bullshit on YouTube. And they're not taking down huge money makers. For small channels like Queen Bee, Clue, and Granny, and I can't say Jay because I don't watch her, but I'll just throw Jay in there. For small channels, well, Jay's not a small channel, but all right, Clue, Granny, and Queen Bee. For channels that have 20,000 subscribers and the numbers they pull and the super chats they bring in, trust me, they're not going anywhere. They do very, very well on paper for channels with only 20,000 subscribers. They get more views than a lot of channels that have 100,000 subscribers. And YouTube notices. That's true too, CNY. I mean, if putting myself in a position, let's say I'm an attorney, I am not going to, let's say I did watch it, just see what was going on, and I saw this girl nodding out, I'd be like, yeah, you need to find a new attorney. That's like you're defending someone who's guilty, but you believe they're innocent. And then all of a sudden you have a video showing them do the crime. Well, there went that. Same thing. Yeah, YouTube gets 30% of their proceeds and 40% on memberships. And QB gets a lot of memberships. Yeah, she's lost money because of her, though. And I'm going to put a bunch of shorts together of people that tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. That's been proven I do. Like Brittany answering these people, you're not winning. She's already fucking lost her case. Brittany Vine said she's starting one. Starting what? A channel? By the way, honestly though, if you ever want to find out if you think you missed anything, Brandywine on Twitter has everything. Like, no joke. QB got over 400 memberships last night. That's what I'm saying. Where's my memberships? I need some memberships. Spread some love over here, people. No, but that's what I'm saying. I've never seen creator get 50, 50, 50. It's crazy. I've honestly never seen, and I've watched some big ass creators, and they don't get those kind of numbers. So she's not going anywhere. Yeah, it's amazing good vibes. I've never seen someone get 50 drops so much as she does. It's like 300 or 400 bucks. And every night she gets at least 2 or 3 50 drops. I'm like, where do these people come from? Me too, Lacey. That's a lot of money. And some of them drop it every night. I'm like, did you guys rob a bank or something? Good vibes, I don't know. So when her subs are on a roll, it's pretty funny. Cause you just sit there like, where did this money come from? Yeah, right, Lacey? And here I am. I'm happy if I get like 5. Oh my God, you gifted a membership. Yes. It could be some sort of money laundering. It could. Someone paid Moon to drag QB and Clue, not like was said earlier. Oh, it was Easy who dropped 400. Yeah, I don't know who Easy is. That's what I say. Good vibes. People like, you're so jealous. I'm not jealous. Like, good for her. I don't have people like that, but that's okay. Like I said, I'm happy if I get 1 membership. I'm like, woo! Hint, hint, guys. Hint, hint. Membership. Hint, hint. Make me happy with 1. Hey, Demon Chihuahua. There you go. Thank you, Lacey. See how excited I am just for 1 membership? I can't see who got it, though. Who got the membership? Easy dropped over 1,500 members. That's insane. That's just fucking insane. I set my goals too low. Oh, Carrie. All right. Welcome, Carrie. I know you did good vibes. And I so appreciate it. But that's what I'm saying, though. I get like all excited just from like 1. Yeah, but I have good supporters. I do. I have supporters that have been with me forever and love me and buy my, candles and are always there for me and always donating. But even they say, like, and they got money, but even they say, like, just to drop hundreds a night on a creator is insane. It's just not normal. You know what I mean? It's just not normal. Why would you even waste that much money on a creator? Like, go buy something. You know what I mean? Uh I wonder how she got the whole test. Yeah, so UA, I was right. There is no positive. Wait. Now I'm confused. Oh, wait, whoa. This is big. This is big. Hold on. All right, UA. Where are you? So I'm a little confused though. What is this blank test? Does anyone know what clue showed? All right, UA, explain to me. Take a link for a minute. I only need you for a minute. Because you can explain it. Because I'm not over on clues, so I don't know. I understand you showed some from Moon. But you have to explain this. I'm lost. And it's so blurry, it's hard to tell. I think it is a template. That's why I kind of need clarification. The template of a blank test would be easy as hell to find on the internet. It's the exact same thing. It is the exact same thing. I mean, like, exact same thing. That's why I'm curious. But Moon said there was a top to it. Yeah, it is the exact test. Hey.
Hey.
All right.
Okay,
So
so I hadn't, that was like sent when we were kind of sent to me. So I hadn't gotten a chance to like do the digging on, but that's why I was saying like it's very suspicious of all these like test results in pen, even though if it was something done and at home or whatever. Usually test results. Sorry.
but what's
Things
this blank one?
Well, you can like that's what I'm showing. Like, there's a way that you can literally, someone can find a template for something like that because that's the same thing that was shown,
Yeah, exactly. It's the
and then
exact
you
test.
just check off what you want, or like, I mean, there's nothing on there that I see where it shows like official, would indicate that they're official results or even temporarily official results. Like, you just don't get. I mean, I've never had a CPS drug test. Let me just say that. But I would think that there would be problems when you're giving people results to something that need to be further sent off to a lab, if that makes sense.
Okay. So I'm going to show you guys, since it's already out there, and I just didn't want to be the first one show you after Moon, but this is very interesting. All right, I had made a video. Hey Lana, I had made a video of
Hold on.
Moon.
I'm sending you something else too.
Hold on. My mods were like, make sure you video it so you have it, because she's gonna delete it.
Hold on, I gotta save it. Yeah, so
Okay. So I'm gonna show you guys. Hold on. This is
look
what
at what I
Moon
just
showed.
sent. Look what I just sent you too first as well. Maybe you want to show them in different orders. I don't know.
Oh shit. Oh, damn. All right. Let me get this ready. Hold on. Oh, I could pull it. Oh, it's not going to let me because fucking it sucks. Hold on. All right. I hate that you can't like copy shit. All right. Let me send the other one over. Yep. All right, hang on, guys. I'm just sending it to because Discord is fucking weird. All right. So first, I'm going to show you guys the video from Moons so you can see what it looks like. There's no volume on it. She comes back. All right, she shows it again. But it's like blurry. But you can see everything listed. Now, Moon also lied, though. She said there was she said there was a positive and there was no positive. So you guys see what that looks like. All right, you guys got that. It's very important. All right, it is blurry, not my fault, but you can pretty much see what it looks like. And there's scratches along the negative. Okay. That's probably the best one you're going to see. But you guys can get the general idea. So I saw the TCA and this one were both marked blank. All right. Well, she was trying to cover the top of it. So now
it's going exactly where we're going.
Yeah. So now
Moon knows what she's doing, in my opinion, covering this stuff.
so that's what it looks like. So then I guess over, hey, Kelsey. So then I guess over on Clues channel, they uncovered something even more. So bear with me. I sent it to my Facebook.
I don't know why my avatar isn't showing up on your thing, but it shows up for me. That's weird.
I see it.
Yeah,
I
but
see your
it
avatar.
doesn't see it when you're looking at it. It's weird.
All right.
People are like, who's that? UA, as what's her face would say, Whiskey Rider, or whatever, who the fuck that was.
Oh, Whiskey Gypsy.
Whiskey Whiskey Bitch would say.
All right. Oh. So then UA just sent me. All right. The first one that I saw was this, which is exactly what we just saw. That's exactly what we just saw.
They're not seeing it unless we're.
It
below.
had the tricyclic antidepressants, the MDMA. This is exactly what I looked up. And I'm like, wait, they're all blank. So
That's
then
fun.
there it is. Even looks like a real drug place. And what's interesting is I
Yep,
can't make
it's from Google Images is a powerful thing.
and there is still no positive. It's negative. What does that say? Condition or not tested? Moon said there's positive box. I'm like, no, there's not. There is no positive box. And I'm right. There is no positive box. So Moon lied.
Shocker.
It's negative, condition, or not tested. And what people were questioning, just to back up a minute, people were questioning why was it hand marked? And I didn't really think much to it. Like, okay, so it's hand marked, who cares? But to know this is the exact thing that I was looking at. Exactly. Because I mean, it's even in the proper order.
Yep.
And
It's the same font. It's the same
Yeah.
everything.
And the reason that I went live is because of this right here. That's not on a test like this. That's normally not on a test like this.
No, you're not, I mean, normally you're testing for like commonly abused substances. People aren't normally, you know,
Mm-hmm.
doing, they're not usually like testing for TCAs, because a lot of people that are parents at CPS would be testing positive for CPAs or TCAs, sorry. I don't know what I'm saying. Well, yeah. So, because a lot of people are on like tricyclic antidepressants.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
it
never
doesn't
even heard
necessarily mean a bad thing.
I never even heard them test that on a drug test. Like it's always been maybe because I don't have any history of being on any kind of opiates or anything, but I've never been tested for one of those. Like I've never even seen that on a drug test. My ex has taken a bunch of drug tests, never saw that on it. So that's why even when I saw it on here, I'm like, oh, that would make sense. But when I trusted Moon to say like the worker's name is on here and this is on here, I didn't look to see if it was typed in, if it was.
That was your first mistake, trusting Moon. Moon has admitted before, like people are saying in the comments, that she can be bought, and absolutely, like I mean, BJ went at like, went at myself. BJ had her, Moon, and Kim go at me and Trisha for a long time.
Wait, I just thought of something.
In exchange for a phone. She even gave her that's the reason she has the phone, so that she could, go live to.
She denies that.
Well, okay, she can deny it, but she said it herself. So
now I have a question. I've never seen a drug test from CPS, or if anyone in here has, this is a question. Why would the caseworker's name be on it?
her caseworker's name is out there.
No, but why would it be on the report? If it's going to a lab, correct me if I'm wrong, a CPS worker would be on there for CPS. A lab would have nothing to do with the caseworker, would it? I didn't think so, Lacey. And that's the more I think about it, I'm like, her caseworker name wouldn't be on a lab.
I could put Barack Obama's name at the top. That doesn't mean Barack Obama was there,
No, I'm saying if it was legit.
Oh, I know.
Because she's a caseworker ordered the lab. But I don't know if, for some reason, I want to say that a caseworker doesn't order it. A court has to order it. But I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right.
Remember, there was a moment in one of the lives where Craig said we could have even we could have not taken it, like when they were explaining why they took one at the house, he was saying we could have like held out, something along these lines. We could have held out and made the court force it, but the problem is that this is
It's her exact test. That's exactly what
it's
Moon showed.
it's the exact, yeah, I mean, this is the exact same thing that from the exact that was shown. I mean, down to the font.
Oh, absolutely.
And
This
then
is
it was
definitely
found
it.
on Google Images, and you can make it anything you want it to be.
Did she show if it was the top?
No, she hit like, remember she was hiding with her hand,
Yeah.
all those things, and saying it was confidential information, from what I understand.
Kelsey, we didn't have to. This is the exact same. The font, the listing, the
order.
the order it's in, Kelsey, this is the exact thing.
Okay, Kelsey. Would you like to
Kelsey,
write a
you're
song
being
about it?
scammed. I'm
The
telling you
written
right,
test?
Kelsey, you don't have to believe me. You're being fucking scammed. Look, you don't believe me? I will show you again. Oh, I closed it, but I'll pull it up again. This is the exact test that she showed. Exactly.
Email it. The whole thing, Kelsey. But also, I want an explanation for why it's done in, like, it's handwritten. Like, when's the last time you've seen like official drug results with a pen? Because anybody can print anything off, Kelsey.
Kelsey, you can email me. Yeah.
Kelsey, I can fill out the top form and put whatever I want in there. I
Yeah,
can
but
also manipulate the top form and put whatever I want in there.
there's also only 1 or 2 labs in the country that does it. Every single one goes to the same labs, no matter what state you're in. That's why I'm curious what lab it's from. And you can, if you don't believe me, you can look that up. Almost every single drug test goes to the same lab. I'm telling you, while I'm waiting for her, let me look something up because I'm telling you, I don't think I'm wrong. Who orders a CPS drug test? A caseworker with your consent, or it can be legally mandated. All right, so it can be a caseworker if you consent to it. Huh. Where do I go? All right, I was like, where'd you go? Dude, this is bad. Yeah, I didn't think you needed a doctor. I thought maybe you needed a court order. It says Scotland Health Care System at the top. Okay. With the exact same test? Scotland Health Care. Hold on. Scotland. All right. Angela said it says Scotland Healthcare System at the top. Drug test. Oh. Yeah, they're not a lab.
Yeah, that's a hospital.
Yeah, it says they may do drug testing, but they're definitely not like a lab. Individuals involved in the criminal justice system. Oh, that's Scotland.
You can manipulate the top of of these forms too.
Yeah, I know.
Let's not pretend like Nick didn't go to prison for manipulating and forging documents either.
Okay, Scotland Health. They mandate drug testing for all employees as a condition of employment through Atrium Health. Okay. Kelsey, my dear, let me show you something. And I knew as soon as I read it, I would find it. Scotland doesn't do drug testing. It goes to Atrium Health. Atrium is one of like 2 or 3 in the entire world or in the entire country who does drug testing. Atrium Health. Scotland Health System goes through Atrium Health to do the rapid drug screens for all applicants during new associate health assessments, whatever. So Scotland doesn't even do testing. Or they would just do it themselves.
I'm glad I'm not naked anymore, at least, I think. Well, I'm still naked up here. Gosh.
No, this is crazy
My
though.
phone.
Dude, this is nuts. Kelsey, I'm looking at it. I know for a fact that every single lab in America goes to like, I mean, every single drug test goes to like 1 or 2 different places. I know Atrium is one of them. Look it up. I'm telling you, I'm not crazy. I remember this.
Naked. I'm trying to fix myself. I'm trying to get some
How many different labs? How do I word this?
What labs? I would look at what like
What labs in the US take drug tests?
test for tricyclic. I would do test for TCAs.
Labs in the US test for drugs. LabCorp, Quest Diagnostic. That's who I'm thinking of. Quest. Okay. Some of the largest and most well-known labs in the U.S. that test for drugs include LabCorp, Quest Diagnostics, and Abbott Toxicology. Quest
Quest
Diagnostics.
and
I
LabCorp
was thinking of.
are the main ones.
Yeah, I've heard of Quest.
And LabCorp is affiliated with like Walgreens and stuff like that.
You have United States Drug Testing Lab, specialized lab that offers tests in a wide range of substances, hair, nails, umbilical cord issue. So that's like baby testing. Redwood, now part of Abbott. Lab focuses on providing substance abuse screening for government, criminal justice, and addiction. Known for drug and alcohol screening products and laboratory services. They test for steroids. I know Quest is very well known.
Quest Diagnostics, yeah.
Yeah. They do many drug screenings. I know I've heard of LabCorp, but Quest Diagnostics I've absolutely heard of. And that's what I'm saying. There's only a few. I thought it was Abbott, but I was wrong. It was Quest I was thinking of.
I feel like honestly we could probably show Kelsey anything and she's still gonna sit there and
what lab does CPS in North Carolina use for drug testing. All right. Oh. All right, Kelsey, I'm going to show you something. All of Brittany supporters, I'm about to show you something. I would like a super chat after you apologize. Boston, I'm glad you're here. I want to show you something. This is very, very important. You're now going to owe me. Hold on. All right. Check this out. In North Carolina, the Department of Social Services, which oversees CPS, uses a certified and licensed laboratory for drug testing across all county agencies. This is done through a statewide contract. That's very important. Keep that in mind. Statewide contract. That means all of the state has to use this contract, meaning a specific single lab is utilized for all official DSS drug tests. The contracted lab is Keystone Laboratories. Let me lay it out for you. The only lab that does DHS testing is Keystone Laboratories in all of North Carolina. It's right here. A document from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services indicates that Keystone Laboratories holds the statewide contract for providing drug testing services for county DSS agencies. That's major, guys.
The problem is, Boston, I think that what you're failing to recognize is that what was shown by Moon is something that you literally go to Google Images and print off, and you can fill in whatever you want. That's what, I don't know if you were here for that part, but why does this matter, Truth Seeker? Because it's about people that are lying, okay? Like, Brittany is trying to now at least say, I'm sleeping. How long did she try to gaslight everyone to think that she was not even sleeping?
This is interesting. One of my mods found this, that a CPS worker cannot sign a lab order for a test as they are not a medical professional. A lab order must be initiated by a medical professional and can either be a signed physician order or an unsigned order that includes medical documentation showing the treating physician's intent for the test to be performed. But I don't know if that applies in North Carolina. That could be other. Oh, yeah, here it is. A child CPS worker in North Carolina cannot sign a lab order themselves. A qualified medical professional, such as a doctor, must sign the order to make it valid. While a physician's signature isn't always strictly required on the requisition form itself, it is best practice and strongly encouraged. If the physician doesn't sign the form, their clear documentation of the intent to order the test must be included in the patient's medical record to serve as the official order. But this is big. And I don't know why you guys aren't seeing it. Guys, Keystone Laboratories has a contract with every DSS department, CPS, every DSS government agency in all of North Carolina. That's the only lab they can legally use. No other test would come from anywhere but Keystone Laboratories. If her paper does not say Keystone Laboratories, it's not valid.
Well, Kelsey, email what you have over to Laura.
Brenda, it's not the point. You have stuck up for her a lot, and that's sad.
Brenda, you're white knighting for someone who's gaslighting you.
Exactly. But this right here is undeniable. You can't deny this. That they have one contract. There's no getting around it. There's one contract for North Carolina DSS. And that's all county, statewide DSS agencies. And it even says why a single contract lab is used. By using a single statewide contractor, North Carolina DSS ensures uniformity, accuracy, and compliance. It's just not even up for debate. And Boston, you know, I like you. I am so sorry that this is all coming out, but this right here is undeniable. It is. I'm sorry, but it is.
I've never said I was perfect, truth seeker. As a matter of fact, I think I've owned the shit that people have judged me for. But I also have a personal reason too, because BJ has gone around and repeated rumors without any fucking evidence of her own regarding me being accused of, and accused me of taking drugs, which is fucking ridiculous. I've even been accused of not being a nurse by people when she knows some of her own people have fucking doxed me out and requested that people report me to the board of nursing. So it is a little personal for me when, you know, BJ is one of those people that is spreading around fucking false accusations on me. But like everything BJ does, she doesn't fact check.
Yeah, if I was going to make a false report, this would have been the first thing I looked up. Who's the lab? And what lab is doing it? I mean, how if you're going to make a fake report, shit, got to make it look right.
Well, the thing is, like, that's where they've gotten caught before. You know, and some of the stuff that they filed, like in that in the RICO, Laura.
Yeah.
They included a receipt regarding, like, on Seth's declaration that showed, ironically, that Seth didn't even write his own declaration. It was emailed to him and then signed by him, like, not even looked at or read, and then signed to him and sent back.
Truth seeker, let me tell you something though. I know, hey Joy, I know that you're going to have a hard time believing this. And I know that you're not going to believe me, but I really do care that she's lying to her subs. I really do care that people that I like are being lied to. I really do care about my subscribers. And it's not a matter of Craig being an asshole or this and that. I'm talking about what she just did with this drug test and how she's telling people how she, you know, you should stick up for me and blah, blah, blah. That's fucked up. It's not like she's just doing it and hiding it or just doing her own thing. She's getting a lot of fucking people involved and hurt. And she can't even be clean with them. And she just wants everybody to stick up for her. And again, I know you have a hard time believing that I really do fucking care, but I'm not Clue and Queen Bee. I'm not making millions of fucking dollars here. The people that are supporting me have always supported me. So understand that. This isn't a money thing with me. Like Boston, I really like Boston. I don't want to see Boston or Kelsey or anybody get fucking played for a fool. And they are. And it blows my mind. And again, I know that people are like, oh, she don't care. I really, truly do. And I mean that. And the fact that, you know, the Clue or whoever, I guess it was Clue, whoever was able to find the real fucking paper And the lab that it went to and how it was written down, and then looking, now that I saw that, now looking at another thing, and I see that all of North Carolina is contracted to one lab for a reason, and she didn't even look that up when she made her fake fucking report.
Well, I didn't expect. Honestly, I really didn't expect her to. I just needed her to. I was just waiting for her to show something because I had a feeling it was gonna be something along these lines. Like it wasn't gonna be like well researched.
But this is big, guys. And hey, Tony, and I really, really am sorry to the people that she has burned that have had her back. But her drug test is fake as fuck. That's why it's typed in. And she got a lot of people fucking buying her shit who have gone to bat for her. Now, even if she tries to change it now, it doesn't matter. Because Moon and Angela have the full report. So she can change it now. Boston, don't leave. She can change it now. Even if she tries to put Keystone on there, she can't.
I don't know who I follow. I'm just curious.
Boston, where's my love? You just love Joanne. Where's my love?
Boston, where did Kelsey go?
No, Joy, they can't. According to this, they can't. According to this, all DSS, which oversees CPS, uses a single lab, which is Keystone Lab. They can't. And it even gives reason why a single contract lab is used. That's why they got to send it off. It's too late for anyone to make a fake document. Because, like I said, Angela Clips and Giggles and Moon both have the original. So even if she tried to change it, she couldn't. Now, they may have done a preliminary Keystone Lab. The lab advertises special support for child welfare agencies handling Medicaid billing, offering various specimen tests, including urine, oral, and blood analysis. Oh. Shannon, I thought you were talking about my mods. I'm like, don't be picking on my mods. It's just so hard when there's so many different opinions, and I really care about people with opposing opinions. It was on the chat while Moon was doing it. Yeah, she has convinced a lot of people. Yeah, CPS uses one lab in all of North Carolina. And it, like I said, it gives reasons why it's contracted to Keystone and why a single contracted lab is used. And for official state mandated tests, the lab is contract screened for a standard panel of substances. I'm not wrong, Lolly. Sorry. I don't mean to burst your bubble, but I'm not wrong here. Angela, I'll write it. Lolly, you're wrong. I'll read it again. Angela, I just put it in right there. Lolly, let's try this again. In North Carolina, the Department of Social Services, DSS, which oversees CPS, uses a certified and licensed laboratory for drug testing across all county agencies.
Yeah.
This is done through a statewide, not countywide, statewide contract.
Right. That's what, like, when they go to Congress and shit and they're passing state laws
Yep.
and doing the budget for the state.
Yep.
That's why this is statewide, not countywide.
Correct. I can't say it enough.
If we
Not-
need to go back to like government and like do a, you know.
Lolly, listen again. Certified and licensed laboratory for drug testing across all county agencies. This is done through a statewide contract, meaning a specific single lab is utilized for all official DSS drug tests, all ALL, statewide, all.
And that's for monetary reasons, because you're having the state legislature vote on it for across the board. Like, Scotland County isn't submitting their own contracts individually.
Yeah.
Each county is not doing that.
No.
It's to save the state money in state-run programs.
And uniformity, accuracy, and compliance. But it says it again.
Correct.
A document from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services indicates that Keystone Laboratories, listen up, Keystone Laboratories holds the statewide contract. The entire state of North Carolina, statewide contract for providing drug testing services for county DSS agencies. By using a single statewide contractor, the North Carolina DSS ensures. Lolly, I can't lay it out for you any fucking easier than that. I mean, I guess I could talk really slow, but I think I put it out there. There is one contract for all of North Carolina DSS, one laboratory that does the official drug testing. They are state mandated. Not even like they have a choice. It is state mandated. All these DSS agencies, they don't have a choice. They can't pick a different lab if they want. They can't pick and choose what lab to go to. It is statewide mandatory. Do you understand what that means? I'll say it again if you don't. The entire state must use one lab. You guys make up stuff just to fucking run with it. I think we use Quest here. I think. Because Lolly, I've said it without you sitting there arguing with me something that I'm reading, point out blank. I'm like reading it. You're looking at it on the screen. This is like facts versus opinion. The facts are, it's right here.
I think Lolly also believes At Night is like a legitimate agency.
Oh
So
my
to
God.
be fair to Lolly, I mean, I don't know how much. Bless her heart.
Yeah, if you're gonna make up some fake information, you might want to check your I's, cross your T's and dot your I's, because that's pretty bad. All right, let me see if I got the email yet. Oh,
Well, that's good. That's one step in the right direction. If you've never supported At Night.
and Angela didn't send it yet. Let me check spam just in case.
Send what you're reading
No.
then, Lolly.
Oh, there it is.
There.
Yeah, this is total bullshit. I'll show it to you guys in a minute. Total bullshit. Uh
It's funny how Kelsey just ran.
uh all right. All right, so this is what she sent. Yeah, this is total bullshit. Hold on, let me show it.
That's okay.
And you know, I
Sorry, that's the
noticed
same
there's
handwriting.
there's no CPS number.
Do you notice?
DER number would have a CPS number.
Do you notice? Okay, how many times does the client fill out? So are
I
they,
thought that too.
is that Brittany's handwriting?
Yeah, I don't know, but I thought the same thing. But notice the DER number is missing and the
Yeah.
address is missing. That would not be.
Right. And then there's no like what's it verified by isn't been checked either. Okay.
That's true.
Brittany
There's no check.
Jackson. So Brittany Jackson, that's her name. So it's the collection information and the signature. She printed her own name, and that is the same handwriting as the top.
No, it's also the same handwriting as the, yeah, the signature.
Right. All this has been filled out by the same person.
Vixen said that is, yeah, it's definitely Brittany's handwriting.
Yeah. I mean,
Signature. Yeah, this is the exact same.
that's all the same handwriting.
Yep. Lot number expiration makes no sense to me.
That would be the expiration of the test, I would think.
Yeah, but would a test really be a year?
Of the like urine cup that it's in.
Yeah, but I'm saying a urine test wouldn't be good for a year, would it?
No, I'm saying like the expiration date of the actual cup, not the test.
And it says manufacturer name Clear. I'm assuming she got that from a different drug test. Like who manufactured the test?
Yeah, I mean, that's also, yeah, sure.
And then the same test. And there's the missing and missing.
What?
Boston, this is fake. She wrote this. Boston, she wrote this. These two signatures are identical.
Look at the characteristics of them. Look at
These
the
are
characteristics of the names too. Boston.
These two signatures are identical. Whoever wrote this one, and vice versa.
And wrote all the information at the top too.
Yeah, it's all the same. This and this are the same. This is the same signature as here. I mean, look
Yep.
at the
The
ease.
character, you can look at it. The way that you can, there's a whole, the way the slant of of the T's and, not being crossed out.
Yeah, it's the exact same signature.
Is all done by the same person.
This was all filled out by the same. This is her. She printed off a template and filled it out 100%. And she probably copied her other drug tests. Like she said, she had a lot of drug tests.
Right. So she
I
would
have-
know kind of what to put.
Yeah. But I can tell you without a doubt, this
What do you mean then stop?
was written by the exact same person. That's insane. And they don't do drug testing. So that's a lie.
Not for DHS. They made for that knee doctor. I don't know.
Carrie, that I don't know. Is CLIA even a test? That I don't know. I don't know what that means. She did say it was ordered by CPS. Could this have just been a test she submitted somewhere? No. Because she's showing this as the test.
CLIA is
and-
a company that produces drug testing kits. All it stands for is
and there's no
Clinical
DER number.
Improvement Amendments.
Social services would have to show a DER number if they're ordering a test. They just would. But she can't do that because she doesn't know the DER number.
CLIA
I mean, that-
actually stands for, what does she have CLIA next to? CLIA actually stands for Clinical Laboratory Improvement Amendments. It's not a manufacturer. They're the purpose of CLIA is to set standards for all laboratories that test human specimens. The manufacturers would be not like CLIA doesn't actually manufacture.
Well, how about this, Puddin'? How about tomorrow I call CPS and I send them a copy of this and find out if this is them. And then we'll talk about who's going to court for defamation. How's that, Puddin'? All right? And then we could settle all of this.
Puddin', if you like, honestly, I know you're a troll, but I hate to break it to you, Puddin'. It sucks to be like trolling, fine, but at least be a smart one. Don't be dumb. God, I hate dumb people. I mean, not everyone's gifted, but this is like spelled out for you.
I know. I
mean,
agree.
I don't think you can spell it out any easier.
I think the only person that is going to be in trouble is Brittany. Puddin', I will. And I guarantee you, they will tell me this is fake. Guaranteed. So you want to put some money where your mouth is, Puddin'?
Puddin' won't show up again. They'll go.
I'd be happy to. Let's put your money where your mouth is.
Why doesn't? Well, I don't trust Brittany to do anything to put out the truth, but
Because if I did turn this in and said that this is what she's putting out, this is probably illegal. So you might want to
Well-
back that up, Puddin', about telling me that I should call and prove that this is fake. She might get arrested. Like, this might be illegal. I don't know for sure.
I would think that it would be. I mean, I don't know. You could do because she's using this to deceive. I don't know. It's a very interesting like argument.
One,
I think a lot of what Brittany has done is, deceive people and into financially supporting her, and that is, that is problematic for her.
Boston, let me ask you something. How do you expect? And I don't know if Good Vibes is still in here, but I'm gonna use her because she's been with me forever and ever and ever.
Boston.
She really believes Brittany and she has faith in Brittany. And I truly care about her. Like literally, truly care about her. And I see that she's being played for a fool and that she really believes in somebody that's lying to her and playing her. You don't think that bothers me? It's not that I'm being mean. You guys are being played and you don't want to see it. And then as soon as you get called out on something, or not you, she gets called out on something, all of a sudden, everybody else is wrong.
Hey, Laura.
Boston, you are joking, right? Like, I'm showing you she's lying. This is all fake, Boston.
Laura, rather than like calling CPS, I just call Scotland Healthcare System. And then, because I don't believe like calling, like, you know.
I would call and
Just-
find out if this is legit. I don't
like,
think
the
that's going real life.
The Scotland Healthcare System and say, hey, do y'all administer like that 910 number?
No, we had a bet, Sly, that if I'm wrong about BJ, then I owe her a year's worth of subscription candles. But this right here proves that I'm right. And I don't have to know, Shannon, if the drug test itself is legit. Does this look like a legit test? I already know it's not because Scotland Healthcare doesn't do drug testing for CPS. So right then and there, I know this is fake. And it says instant drug screen result form. This is fake. And there's no DER number. There's no address.
You don't fill out your own. Okay, the only part you're going to fill out that she would have filled out herself was the certification information.
And
That
this,
part, the donor name, she wouldn't be signing for the collector. She ain't the collector. And I'm telling you, I can even look at the S part at the end. That's the same damn S as the S in Jackson, right above it.
and you can't deny this is the exact same fucking handwriting.
Yeah.
That's the it's same pen, same handwriting, same everything. And even here, her sixes are the exact same as her E's or I's, whatever.
That's her T's.
This person that signed this did the whole form.
Correct.
Kelsey, do I need to really see anything more? Let's back up. Let's go through this again, okay? They do not do CPS drug testing. That's step one. They don't do it. This form is fake to begin with because they don't do drug testing. Second, there's no DER number. DER number is the CPS number. It would have to be on there. There's no address. All she had to do was look online and find the address. Then you have no identification checked, Brittany's name, the donor name with their signature. Okay. She wasn't even smart enough to have fucking Craig sign it. That would have been more intelligent to have Craig sign it with a completely different handwriting. This signature is the exact fucking same as that signature. Identical. Same patterns, same eyes. It's identical. Clea is not a manufacturer. Lot number, I would have to double check. I would also have to check expiration. Specimen temperature could be in range. It says panel 10. And she checked off all the ones that people accuse her of. Yes, Vixen, I got rid of them. This exact test is on Google, correct? We showed that too. How you guys don't see it is beyond my Boston, I'm ready to send you a candle because I feel bad for you. I'll send you a sympathy candle. We all know Puddin' is BJ. Yeah. I wish it was BJ. Give me permission to show what Brittany is showing on the, to the worldwide, to the world. She may get in trouble. So I don't know if she really wants me to double check that. But this is fake. And notice, here's another. Oh, wait, it's here. I was going to say, I would also like to know, Angela, check to see if this is even a social worker. Maybe it's not even a social worker. That Puddin' is an alt of BJ's. Well, there you go. But I just can't believe how many people she's lying to. And I'm surprised this got past Moon and Angela. Angela, you're smart. I'm surprised this got past you. Or maybe that's why Angela changed her mind. But yeah, I'd love to hear what Moon's got to say about this now. Now she has her kids. But this is crazy. This is bad.
I mean, I don't have to be like, I don't think it requires you to be having anything more than like decent eyesight to tell that the S at the end of the collector's name exactly matches the S as
Yep.
that Brittany has. I mean, they're basically the exact same.
I agree.
I mean, like,
it is fraudulent, but I don't know if it means anything.
well, I don't know. I mean, if you're putting this as the DC, like, it's all the.
I'm not even shocked, Powerpuff. I'm shocked at how many people it got past. I'm surprised so many people didn't catch this. This is the exact same fucking signature.
I mean, yeah.
Even like the heaviness, like how heavy you write something. It's exactly the same.
Because this is the in-home test, right? The preliminary test, not the lab official lab result stuff one. Yeah.
This is the instant drug screen result form.
Yeah.
Joshua, I agree. Actually, let me rephrase that. I think it got past certain people. It's just my opinion. I think it got past certain people like Moon because they weren't really looking for anything. Do you know what I mean? It was very easy to look over if you didn't know what you were looking for. I knew that something was up earlier. And then when I saw that you could buy this exact test online, this exact thing, that's when I knew something was up. And then I didn't realize about the top or anything else. Yeah, Angela, this is fake as fuck. Yeah, the lab results, she said she wouldn't be able to get back till her caseworker gets back from training in the field. Yeah, that whole thing doesn't even make sense because it gets mailed to you. What does the paper say behind this one? What do you mean? Well, I'm trying not to do that. What paper behind it? There is no paper behind it. Oh. I don't know.
Go over her story again because she
Oh,
said
I know what you up here. Testing. Well, that could be from I know what you're saying. That could be from Angela though. Angela, did you put this on top of something or did she? Because it says testing, custody, and something.
but her story is that she was tested at her house because you went, for those people that didn't hear that part, because you were like, that's not sanitary, and were wondering how that's even possible. But her story was that she was tested at her house. Well, one of them. She's told several, but
Mm-hmm.
she was tested at her house, and then they called her and gave her an hour to show up to the actual place to do the testing.
Hold on though. I get what Joy is saying. We all miss that. Up here, it says testing, custody, and something. So she was like copying from something else. This is a printed copy. BJ has the copy. No, it says expired 2026. You're talking about here? That's the expiration date. But I can't see a urine test lasting a year either.
No, like what I'm saying is the cup, like the expert, like the lot number is going to be what you put on the cup. Like we would write that down. If I was collecting it, I would put like what the expiration date of the test itself, not of the test that like measures the controls and everything, that has to make sure the temperature is in range. Do you get what I'm saying, Laura? Like the piss cup itself.
Is a lot number like a criminal number where it would say D25 for 2025?
No, it
Oh.
not necessarily like it. I mean, it is done differently for different companies and stuff.
Huh. I think she took the lot number from a previous test.
But yeah, she definitely said she was tested at home at first, like, and then got called in an hour and had to be there in an hour.
When do urine test? Oh.
And because we were talking about why they would like the hour is so that you can't take those drinks or anything like that that would allow you to pass it if you had something in your system.
By the way, not Keystone, Quest Diagnostics, they have a shelf life of up to 18 months for instant urine drug tests that yield rapid something. Rapid kits have an extended shelf life of up to 18 months. Wait, I don't know if that's... Hold on. All right, that's what I thought. She wrote an expiration of like over a year, but according to this, a urine sample is only good for 24 hours.
What I'm talking about is, Laura, it's there's a test within the cup, so to speak.
Oh, okay.
This is the cup itself. That way, the one that cup reads, like when you pee in it, it will show on the outside to make sure it's within the temperature range so that they know you're not like diluting it with stuff. That's what this is, the lot and expiration number. That would be the 18-month part.
Okay, hold on. Well, I may have something else. Hold on. It was Keystone Lab.
Yeah, Moon said something about March or whatever. She did Boston.
Okay, just so you know, Keystone Labs uses an internal lot number and tracking system for samples submitted to their lab. There is no standardized public lot number they assign to products. The lot number is recorded on the chain of custody COC form and is used for internal tracking of the sample and related data. For cannabis products, the lot number is assigned by the manufacturer and not by Keystone Labs. Keystone testing data for a batch would correspond to the manufacturer's specific lot number. If you're a client of Keystone, sample submission. Bear with me. Huh.
Now they're trying to say. Now people are trying to say that she never said it. That she tested at home.
Yes, she did. You want me to find it? I could pull it up.
Maybe y'all were not in those lives and you were over in the lab or wherever you are, but she definitely did.
And I, like I said earlier, I even know for a fact she did because I made this whole song and dance about how it's not, what you call it, that it's not sterile.
Sanitary and sterile and all this stuff. Yep.
And everyone's like, no, they do this. And I was like, no, it's not sterile. So, yeah. Oh.
Well, there are people that screen record them for her when she deletes them.
So it looks like, maybe you can help me understand this. It looks like Keystone Labs uses chain of custody forms.
Yeah, so like when she goes and so usually, like, for example, if you go to a facility, like if you were to go to the facility wherever, the lab to have it done, then they're going to use what's called a chain of custody form and fill it out, and it's going to be signed not by it's not filled out by me or anything like that. Like me, as if I was Brittany taking the test. And then there's a whole chain of custody, and they'll actually like seal the cup as well, and you sign it, so it's that way it's not broken, and it's just all like they'll put tape over it, sign it, make sure that it's all signed and all that stuff, so that it shows that the sample has not been tampered with since it left the facility and was sent off to the actual lab.
And what's a T-cube?
A T-cube?
Yeah, I don't know if it's something to Keystone specific, but it says a T-cube.
I'm not sure about that.
Right.
But yeah, a lot of times they actually have, when you're getting like tested, they don't even have water or like they don't even have sinks a lot of the times in the bathrooms for that reason, because you could contaminate it with water. They also do not allow you to flush the toilet or anything like that, because they want to make sure that it is not. If you flush the toilet, you have to test again. Like that's an automatic retest.
Okay.
Oh, Kelsey's a member.
Yeah, Keystone is a pretty big deal, guys.
The Bad Wolf just gifted some memberships, Laura.
Who did?
The Bad Wolf.
Hold on. Thank you, Bad Wolf. 5 memberships. Woo woo. Yeah, I'm looking through stuff with Keystone. They're a pretty big deal. But
Like,
let me show you
they're
guys.
very particular about washing your hands, and like you're not even allowed to wash your hands until after certain things have been done.
This is what their form looks like for their chain of custody form for cannabis and other controlled substances. This is what it would look like. See, they put sample over everything.
And see like the lot number, and that would usually
Where?
probably have a sticker, and then the sticker would have the date on it too.
Oh yeah, you're right. But that's another one. Invoice number. Sample and date. Oh yeah, the other one doesn't have this either. This would be on there. Where it says Rush, microbial testing, sample quantity, analysis requested by, samples received by. Then it shows how much. This is for herbal drugs, topicals, pharmaceuticals for your butt. Yeah, look at all this extra stuff that's in like real testings. All that would be there. Welcome, silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids. Shouldn't that test result be on carbon paper? Well, that I'm not even stressing over because it could just be a copy. But the whole thing is fake. It's not even up for debate. Like it's
Let's go
fucking
back to
fake.
who all this. The same person filled all the information out, including Brittany's own signature. Okay.
Yeah, let me hold on. I'm gonna show everything. Let me get back to my email.
I hate that I'm naked on panel. I'm not really like when I look at it, but apparently. Here, let me see if I can fix it.
Kelsey, did you ever send me the whole thing? Okay. You can't even try to argue that these two signatures are not the same. They are the exact same. I seriously, how dumb are you that you didn't even fucking have Craig sign it? At least have Craig sign it. So it's a completely different signature. But that lot and the way that's not the way they do it. Who's naked?
I am. Like my
Oh, you're
avatar
naked?
shows up.
Woo!
It shows up for us, but it doesn't show up like, you know.
And that lot number extra, none of that is valid. That's not how Keystone does it. And we've already established Keystone does the entire state of North Carolina.
Let's see if I can.
Which line through it? Up here, I saw that. That's just the J. I thought of that too, though. I saw that earlier. I was like, no, that's just part of the J. I think she's lying to Craig too. Yeah, that you can't even sit there and tell me it's not the same fucking handwriting. That is the exact same of handwriting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this address is the place that this allegedly is not even a, and look up here, testing, custody, and something else. I think she took her real results that she failed and then put this over it, not realizing she left this up top. Oh, I'm sure it is on Google. Instant drug screen result form. That was no, that doesn't happen. But like I said, no DER number. I mean, she went through a lot of work to do this.
Look at the like S's too. That's a big deal.
The S's.
Right. Her S. Okay. Go over the signatures. Okay. See how the collector's S like isn't completely the collector name
On this one?
Yep. Over to collector name, the printed part.
I can't go past. That's all there is.
No. Go back over to the left. To the left. All right. Collector name. On that line, look at the last part that wasn't the S. Compare that
Okay.
to the S right above it. And tell me they're not the same.
Yeah.
Please try. You can't.
Oh, they absolutely are. Every single one of them is the same. Look at her name here and the letters. It's exactly the same.
Yeah. I mean,
But this is the best.
right.
I mean,
that
come
too, but
on.
I'm
Two
saying,
people, right? Exactly the same. They wouldn't get it right. That's what I'm saying. That's what UA realized, that, look, dude, they're not going to have you fill out this form. And this form is filled out by the same person that did this. And
regardless if you want to argue, okay, let's just take the whoever like Scotland health system out of it. This is all done by the same person.
yep, it was all written by the same person.
By the same person, correct. They forgot to check how they verified themselves, but it's all
Isn't
written by
that
the
the
same
DER
person.
number?
They're missing the DER number. Also,
The
you're
address.
never gonna have the person that is being tested is not going to be the one filling this form out.
Mhm.
They're only going to be printing their name and signing it. You never fill the form. They never fill the form out ever.
And no official report is not going to have an address.
Correct.
That's another thing. Or a phone number. This is technically an official document, an official government document. You would have to have all this information. You just would. You could not. But that's what I'm saying, Audacity. You, as the caseworker, whatever, wouldn't fill out maybe everything, but just like Keystone showed how much of theirs, like, you have to fill out. But the fact that this doesn't even show, this isn't professional at all. Like, if you compare this to Keystone's and all the different layers in it, and, you know, the footnotes they have in it, that's an official paper. This is not. I cannot believe she did this. I mean, I can, but I can't. Brittany, what the fuck were you thinking?
She wasn't. She is used to her people not fact checking her. She's used to people blindly like believing everything that she says. And it's I don't know how many times like people have to be told fact check. I don't care if I like somebody or not. I'm going to fucking do my own homework. I'm going to like if Clue says something or shows something or Queen Bee or whoever, regardless of whoever it is, or if I like them or I don't, I'm gonna look more into it. Like, I'm not just gonna take what they fucking say at face value. And that's what so many people fucking do, is they don't fucking think for themselves, or they don't listen to their gut, which may say, oh, there's something a little off to like about this to me. I don't, you know. And then, but so-and-so said it, so it must be the gospel. No, it's not. Think for yourselves.
See, Sweet Sativa, here's my thing with this. This is so hard, as I understand why Britney's subscribers are like really blown away by this and may not be able to face it. But I think this is illegal. Like, this isn't a matter of he said, she hates me, he hates me. I truly think this is illegal. You are making fake fake state documents. Now, I'm not a nurse, so I don't know for sure, but I do think this is illegal. Am I wrong? It
I
is.
can say I definitely wouldn't fucking test the limits of it, because this is like, I don't know. I think it could fall under so many different umbrellas.
Because you're signing you're using a healthcare system. You're creating a fake document using someone's actual name. You're signing someone's signature. You're using a fake lot number and putting a manufacturer's name to this, and all of the places where she's like, this is real, this is real, this is real. I think this is seriously illegal.
I definitely wouldn't want to. I wouldn't be playing Russian roulette with it. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, impersonating an authority figure, impersonating a CPS worker.
So mad when like, all she could say was they doxed out the caseworker's name and that, response, that email, about the CPS call. They doxed out the caseworker. Well, I mean, what is this? Impersonation.
Exactly. Unless the CPS worker's name isn't real, which is possible, then I don't think if it's fake that it could be that she can get in trouble if she just made up a fake CPS worker. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Like, if you're not actually imitating anyone, you just did it for fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, it's not real. They're not a real person. That kind of thing.
I don't know. I'd have to look at Kate. I don't know if anybody's been dumb enough to try this before and put it on YouTube to solicit, like, because you could argue that this is being made to fucking solicit donations by, in a sense. So it could be argued like it's a, is it theft by deception in terms of like you're getting people support and, I don't know. It's a very weird line that I've never seen anyone dumb enough to try and cross it on YouTube, and like, because she's getting donations and stuff and collecting money all in the name of these people are falsely accusing me of this, and I need defamation and slander, and I need an attorney, and sending out, threatening people with lawsuits and stuff. Like, this is part of that, in my opinion.
See, but here's the thing too, and I'm going to put this out here. I have not had years of fighting with Britney like Granny has, or I'm not going to be the one that's going to do this. But if she thinks for 1 second that somebody who she's been, and I don't mean Granny per se, but, just in general, someone that she's filed this fake ass shit over is not going to turn this in, I would. If I was Granny, I'd fucking turn this in 2 seconds. Like, dude, you just lost your C&D. I would send it to the lawyer that sent me the C&D. Do you know your client is making up fake fucking information and, profiting it on YouTube? Like, there's so many things I would do. And if she thinks that Granny or Clue or one of their people are not going to do that, she is sadly mistaken.
She's sadly mistaken because she underestimates her opponent, so to speak. Like, I'm sorry, but Clue is no idiot. Granny is no idiot.
I agree.
and the people that support them are not fucking morons either. And you would have to be a moron and realize, like, not be able to realize that this is clearly all by the same person, and red flags, I think, would be going off left and right to anybody.
But I'm saying
And
that
if I'm a Britney supporter, I would be my intelligence would be insulted if
I
this was
agree.
put to me and I was told I'm supposed to believe this. Like, girl, do you think I'm that stupid? Like,
agreed.
this
And
should insult your intelligence if you're a Britney supporter.
And I'll be honest with you, and I'll say it live. If I was Granny, I would be mailing this out tomorrow. I'd be on the fucking phone. I'd be calling her attorney. I would
have
go
my
full
attorney
out.
call her, yeah, like, because the client should never call the attorney. Like, in my opinion, like, that should, her attorney should be.
Oh yeah, have her
and-
attorney. Yeah, but depending on how much she pays her attorney, because the way I see it, well, she's got to pay that attorney. For her
Right.
attorney to
But
call,
at the
she's
same
got to
time,
pay him.
It's inappropriate. Like, kind of like, for example, when Nick and them called, I think it was like Granny's, a barbecue's attorney. That was, you just don't do that. Like, the attorneys, you retain them to communicate with the opposing counsel. So,
True.
not to have your client communicate with them. So,
True.
so that's, I mean, I would just send this to my fucking attorney and be like, checkmate, bitch, you know, in legalese. So, yeah.
It's just like, I don't know why Britney would be so fucking stupid. You send out C&Ds and then you make fake government documents and expect them to not fucking call it out. If she sends me a C&D, you bet your ass I'm fucking contacting her attorney with this.
I just hope that it's on great paper, because I'd probably wipe my ass with it. I mean, honestly, like, people have a right to their opinion, and especially when you're putting out information, like, I mean, when you're this is just cut and dry. I mean, it's indefensible. I really don't know how you could come up and argue that this isn't all Britney's handwriting and was all filled out by Britney.
I agree. It's just crazy to me. Britney, what the fuck were you thinking?
And that's true. Carrie makes a good point. Like, when you're in if you're in addiction, honestly, you're not thinking right. Like, you are trying to get that you're not thinking clearly most of the time. Your only focus is honestly trying to find that next high. And this is probably, I think, why we have somebody putting forth documents like this and thinking that people are going to believe it.
But how are you not even smart enough to have Craig do a second signature?
I would have had my grandma.
That's what I'm saying.
Or somebody, like, hell, you know?
And with all the people that go after her, wouldn't you think that she would have been a little smarter about the form that she used? Like, people weren't going to look it up. I mean, you guys found that in what, 5 minutes? Literally, like 5 minutes?
It didn't take long for the people that found it to find out. Yeah.
That's just fucked up.
I mean, when someone is going through such great lengths to cover stuff on their phone, when they're showing it as like proof, that should be that's a red. Anytime I see something like that, that's a red flag for me to like dig deeper. You know, doxing someone out, like, it's not doxing Britney out. Britney's already doxed herself out on the RICO, you know. We all know what Brittany's house looks like. Not that, like, you know, where she lives, all that stuff.
I'm just, and thank you, Kelly. I can't for the life of me understand why she has taken it this far with lies and having so many people try to back her with her lies. And so I'm telling you, I have a straight drug test, blah, blah, blah. No, Boston. I said, why wouldn't she have Craig sign it instead of having the exact same fucking signature? I really wonder if Craig even knows about the injunction.
I think he's got very limited knowledge about it.
How could you not, though? Yeah, she accepted super chats on this test result.
What, are you kidding? Who?
Brittany.
You shitting me?
No, she's collected money that
Okay, then that could be
she passed her drug test.
deception. That could be theft by deception right there, then.
That she passed her drug test. And poor her. And everyone's out to get her. And now she even said in Moons, now what are you going to say? Now everyone needs to apologize to me and you're all wrong. And I want apologies from the people in fucking Moons chat today. Brent Bentley, Jonesin. There were a few people running their mouth.
Yeah. Those
think Jonesin,
wheel
don't
bus,
call me on
that school bus, the wheels aren't turning around and around on that one.
Boston, not everyone's out to get her, but when you pull shit like this, you're not winning any fans. When you blatantly forge government documents when you're allegedly not on drugs, and then you forge documents to show that you're not on drugs, that tells me you're on drugs.
I don't know anybody that's not on drugs that forges the documents on it.
What?
I don't know anybody that's like, basically, I don't know anybody that's not on drugs that would be doing this.
Exactly.
Like, this is something that an addict does.
Mm-hmm. What I think personally, now that we know this is fake, I think that when she came clean, oh my God, poor me, I think she got a failed drug test. That's what I think. And because she failed the drug test, they said you
have to be here in an hour.
Yeah. No, not even that. I'm talking after that. That you have, in order to continue to have your family and keep your kids, you need to do this, and this. And we're going to test you again in X amount of time. And I think the reality of that hit her, and that's why she was crying. And used it, oh my God, I'm going to change. And I really did. I thought to myself, of course she's going to change. She probably failed a fucking drug test. But that's what I think is. I really believe that's what happened. Either that or she ran out of drugs, but she obviously didn't because she was right back to the same way as soon as the money started rolling in. But like I said, even if you fail, they're not going to take your children. Yeah, I mean, they're going to test the kids, make sure like there's no drugs in the kids.
Yeah. They don't, if they took everyone's children that's on drugs, I'm sorry, like there's no way.
Yeah, nobody would have the kids.
Yeah, but there's not enough homes for them to do that. They're taking, like, if there's your kids locked in cages and cigarette burns and, like severe physical abuse, that's when they're going to be stepping in. starvation, and you're showing up with like, if they show up to the ER, they got,
Mhm.
or the doctor, and they have all these bruises and broken bones and various stages of healing, kind of like the Harrow case of the other child that wasn't, that they're not looking for, but that Jake had abused before, where the child was, obviously had like all these ribs that were broken and various stages of healing, things like that. That's when
Yeah,
they're immediately
and
intervening.
if kids test positive, they'll automatically remove them. But
That's for sure.
if the
But
kids,
it's the parents using them,
yeah, if the kids are clean, they will put together a plan to make sure that the kids aren't in harm's way. But if you're just on prescription pills, even if you're abusing them a little, you have two grown parents in the house that don't work. So I really believe that nothing would come of it. Like they would, as long as they stuck with the parenting plan that CPS lays out, they would be fine. They wouldn't lose, as long as they're not like smoking crack and it's or meth and it's in the kid's hair and shit.
but I probably would not be, going around and doing any more waving of firearms on while consuming alcohol.
Brandley, I'm not the one that does BJ. But while you're here, let me just remind you of something. I love when someone says, because I'm not even a hater, but I love when someone says it's all about BJ when it comes to someone over here on the dark side. But yet Jones and Nunya, all they've talked about is BJ. Just
It's fine when
they
they're
do
talking.
it differently doesn't matter. But
No,
all they've talked about is BJ too, and you don't have a problem with that. Think about
Well,
that for a second.
it's fine, Laura, though, when you're defending BJ. That's different. That BJ can be your content when you're defending her, or like, kind of like Jones and Nunya were doing for the longest and everything. BJ didn't have a problem when you were defending her blindly.
No.
But then, God forbid, you start to second guess or look at something in a little bit different light, and then BJ is going to pull out shit about you that she already fucking knew. Well, sit the fuck down, girl.
I agree. But you're right, though. If you're defending her, you could talk about her all day long and nobody has a problem. But if you're not defending her, it's, oh, stop talking about BJ. But I've noticed all of them, that's all they've talked about is BJ. While they're sitting there complaining, other people talking about BJ. And the reason why I said you needed that you and among others owe me an apology, because Laura said she was on drugs. Laura said this. Laura's so wrong. Laura, how do you feel now? Blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm proving to you a drug test is fake. And Brantley, I've never had an issue with you. So please understand, I'm not coming at you per se, but I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I may not always be able to prove it right off the bat, but eventually whatever is in the dark comes to light. This right here on my screen, her fake ass test proves to me exactly that I'm right, because nobody who's not on drugs goes to this length to fake a drug test. So I don't need to think that my instinct is wrong. My instinct is right, but you have to be able to prove it, which is what this drug test does. Because again, show me a person who's not on drugs that fakes a drug test. Just saying. Because I can't think of one. Nor can I think of any other reason why somebody who's not on drugs would go to this length to fake a drug test. There's absolutely zero logic in it. And if anyone come up with a good reason, I'm all ears. This isn't a matter of opinion. We're so far past opinion. Now it's facts. And nobody who's not in active addiction would fake a drug test like this. Nobody. That's a fact. And I really am sorry, and I speak for my entire community, truly am sorry that all the people that wanted to believe in her so badly that have been lied to and been played for a fool. And I truly mean that. Brantley, I wasn't against her. I'm still not against her. But I saw the lie and then her attacks on me, and then I attacked back. And then I said, you know what? There's no reason to attack her. I'm going to prove what I'm talking about. And slowly but surely, what's in the dark will always come to light. I'm not a hater. I want nothing but the best for her. And I really mean that. And I stand by that. But she is a scammer. And she's calling out. I'm sorry. I don't agree with everything the haters call out. Because like I said, I don't give a shit about her husband or what an asshole he is. I don't live with him. But I do worry about the people that she is scamming. That's my problem. And again, today, she was running a mouth about me. I don't know why, Brittany. And the only thing I could come up with, she did not want. I mean, I'm a nobody compared to the numbers that these other creators get. I'm just forget my sub count, but as far as people listen to me, I have a quarter of what these people get. I'm a nobody. She gets more mad at me than a lot of these other people. And I don't even understand it. And the only thing that I can understand is she knows that I'm right. And she knows that I don't care about all the little things. You know, I would never call CPS. That's her life. But I obviously triggered her in some which way that she's so bothered by me speaking that she has done everything to try to get me to shut up, even though nobody listens to me. Like, you know what I mean? I don't have 10,000 views on a video. If I get 3, it's a lot. Where other people have 10,000, 12,000. I don't get those kind of numbers. So why is she so bothered? Because she knows that I'm right. And she knows she's afraid that I'm going to get through to people.
Right.
Without hating her or without being on the dark side.
Well, that's true. You haven't been on the part of the quote unquote hate channels. So people have, y'all have shared, I think the threatening thing to Brittany from her point of view was the fact that some of her subs also, would come in your chat, and that is her biggest fear.
Yep.
Is that her subs' eyes would be opened up to the fact that they've been manipulated and lied to.
I agree.
Because she knows her subs are not going to go into clues and grannies and queens and listen to what they say, because they've been programmed to just dismiss everything they say and discredit everything they say because they're hate channels.
Yep.
Quote unquote hate channels.
And they also go into stuff that I don't even care about. Like, and it's not just them. You hear it from their subs. I hear it on Granny's panel. They come up with the crate. Like, who cares about all that? That's not even my concern. And I understand why a lot of Britney's people wouldn't even listen to it, because I don't. When they go on these tangents, I'm like, I'm out. This is fucking boring. But they feed into it. And then it goes from one chat to another chat to another chat to another chat. I just focus on the main things. And the main things, this is huge. Her scamming is huge. And her being an addict is huge. That's my concern. And her lying. The rest of the other shit that they go after her for, I could care less.
I mean, Yeah, I would, if I was a subscriber of Brittany's, I would also feel, the rescheduling of the lives constantly, the constantly showing up late, as soon as she does go live, the constant excuses of I gotta go get my drink. Girl, why didn't you just get that during
I
the hour
agree.
that you made us wait?
I
She
don't even like going to the bathroom when I'm on a live if I don't have to. If I
Yeah.
can hold it, I'll rather hold it. Like I just all her constant hang on. That's why I don't watch her. I can't handle a creator that doesn't give a fuck about their subs.
or she was disappearing last night or whatever, this morning, technically, whatever you want to call it. And we could still see she was in chat, like one of the 9 maybe people actively chatting, but she was just leaving reality up on panel to talk about nothing that anyone gave a rat's behind about. I was in a great bowling league. Like, really? Your subs are not paying you for this. They don't care about reality's bowling league.
I agree.
Or that she loved roller
But they are
skating
paying her.
as
That's
well.
the problem. And just for the record, I do not have a problem with Brantley at all. I want that to be clear. Brantley can have an opinion. I was half joking because I saw him today say, Laura said she was on drugs. Laura this, Laura that. And other people then started jumping in with him today in Moon's chat on her second live or third live, whatever it was. And I was just like, oh my God, they all think that I'm fucking wrong about the drug test. So please just understand that.
Brantley, I think, thinks that correct me if I'm wrong, Brantley, but you think that they've already paid out the RICO, don't you?
No, they haven't paid anything.
Exactly.
Hold on. Say specifically attested. Oh wait, it's a fake drug test. It's a fake drug test. All right, you would know this. Does this say that it tested specifically for methadone? Yeah, it does. It does.
Subutex is the one that you usually will be, it's when they call it the lozenges and stuff, Subutex is dissolved under the tongue.
But like I said, the thing that threw me off is the tricyclic antidepressants when they said that's a whole separate test. That you have that's not on any of these tests. Like you have to test for that separately. Like it has to be ordered. That's kind of how I knew this was fake.
Yeah, I've never really seen a lot of them testing for tricyclic antidepressants, but most of them are focusing on these, main things that are listed on here. But like Subutex is not gonna, I think I sent that to you, where Subutex.
Yeah.
Which is the one that dissolves under your mouth. And is a maintenance medication, is not going to show up on a drug test usually for an opiate.
There is no positive. This is a fake test.
Yeah.
There is no positive thing. Okay. Someone just said to me, antidepressant drugs has to be asked extra for a 15 panel drug test is only for narcotics. Yeah, and that's another one that threw me off. Keep my wife's name. Is that MDMA is a standard on drug testing, and that would have had to been positive. And that's why I was like, she is not positive for MDMA. There's no way. I've taken enough ecstasy in my life. Not always. I thought it was. From what I read, it said it was. But yeah, the whole thing is fake. Maybe I can tell there's not a positive. Yeah, when we got the thing from, it said, what was the other column it had?
Let me look. It says
Condition.
negative
Yeah.
confirm, not tested.
Oh, confirmed. So I guess confirm would be positive, right?
Yeah, but she didn't say confirm. She said positive.
True.
She would have confirm is not normally how it's listed, how it would be listed on a, you would think. It would be, it's usually negative, positive, not tested, not confirm.
And you also have to remember, none of this even matters because the whole fucking
Whole
thing is fake. And that's hard to like get through, but yeah, the whole thing is fake. So it doesn't even fucking matter what it says.
It's, yeah.
So I wish there was a more. And you, by the way, you guys wonder why I don't check emails? How many are there? 8,185.
Girl, I have way more emails than you do. It's sad.
Well, this is this is my business email.
Well,
I have 6 other emails. But yeah. It is wild, Joanne. I agree.
there's just no accountability ever for her.
See, personally, though, as far as kids in the home, I don't think that her kids, I don't think her drug use or Craig's drinking, I could bite myself saying this, is hurting the kids per se. But who knows? It's just, that's not something I would get involved in. I'm not there.
I think what I saw from Craig's drinking on the waving of the firearm while actively consuming and being under the influence is a law for a reason. And it was eye-opening to see how accessible that firearm was to him and could have been to anyone. Because it clearly didn't have a trigger lock or anything like that. That's been made excuses when she's talked about having like firearms in every room of the house and walking around her house basically strapped.
That's true. That's a good point. See, here's my other thing, though. And I didn't, Janessa. That question a couple weeks ago when I heard I had drug test for my new job, I asked what confirm meant. Is it positive?
Confirm. So on this particular one, because
I hear a lot of people talk about they're afraid Brittany's going to get hurt or they're afraid someone's going to do something. Look, I speak for myself as well on this. If you're that worried, then get the fuck off YouTube. As a creator, this is a chance we take as a creator. We could get gunned down. We could get so big that we become a celebrity and get gunned down. Look at fucking Tommy. What the hell was his name?
the guy that happened in Vegas recently.
Well, yeah.
Strike war.
But I'm talking, who's that guy, Tommy, is black dude, like had walked around with a fucking entourage and guns because people were trying to kill him. I can't think of his name. Anyhow, we take that chance as a YouTube creator and we don't know if we're going to blow up. If what happens if you become an influencer? You know, then everyone's going to recognize you. It's a chance that you take. You just don't know. You can end up having 100 subs your whole life, or you can end up becoming, millions and have an influencer. It's a chance you take. And if you're worried about it, then shut down your channel and go get a job. Plain and simple. I'm not worried something's going to happen to her because I'm just not. But she's not in any worse of a position than anybody.
mean,
And she's not important enough for anybody to want to go to jail for the rest of their life. That's the part she doesn't get. And that's the part a lot of her subs don't get. She's just not that important.
but where it does become important is when you're putting out shit like this and lying about it to deceive
True.
people and, you know, saying, oh, this person's lying and defaming me because they think I'm under the like, based on what are clear observations, like undeniable observations. Like, you just don't fall asleep, nod off, whatever, in the middle of a sentence and come right back to like the things that she's gaslit her children on. You know, I think honestly, if she hadn't, the things that she's done from her panel and some other creators have done from their panels in covering Sebastian's case, showing the layout of Katie and Chris's home, accusing them without any fucking evidence that they were involved, and implying they killed their own kid, is far more damaging than anything than ever been said about Brittany Jackson.
Yep, I agree. I agree with that. That's an excellent point. And I just don't understand.
And Brittany did that shit too, night after night after night.
Yeah, she did.
And how big did her numbers get by accusing Katie and Chris? Or, I'm sorry, she'll try and say, I never accused, whatever, miss me with that shit. You sat there and let your panels of people do the same thing, because it's always, in my opinion, it's always been, Brittany will have other people do shit for her, and she keeps her hands clean. I didn't do that. I didn't say, yeah, I don't think so, Brittany.
See, that's the thing too. Like, I never really, I mean, I watched her a while ago. When I say a while ago, probably 2 years ago. But she could have been falling asleep on panel, but nobody knew because she had 4 or 5 people on panel with her.
Correct.
So nobody, just like Queen Bee. Queen Bee disappears as much as Brittany does, but she always has people on panel, so you don't even realize it. You don't know. Brittany, it's too obvious because she's now by herself. So the constant, hold on. You know what I mean?
Right. She doesn't have those 6 people up there that she had before that could kind of cover or fill in the silence. And she could be, you know, because I'm sorry, I was talking and didn't realize I was muted excuse can only apply so many times.
I agree. I've heard that from so many people. I'm like, oh my God, just stop. I mean, it's fine once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you'll forget, but geez, it's all the time. It's numerous times, sometimes in an hour, like, goodness. Or she'll let, like, you just watch the mouse roll, like, you know.
And
internet issues.
And I also realize though too that as a subscriber, nobody wants to admit they're being scammed. Nobody wants to admit they're being lied to. Nobody wants to face that reality. I mean, I used to deal with people who were scammed, like, you know, big time, like Microsoft called them and they would lose tons of money. And the reality is you really did feel bad, but at the same time, you're like, how fucking stupid are you? You know, but you couldn't say that. But I feel like that's where a lot of her subscribers are at. Like, they don't want to admit that they're being scammed, that they were lied to. So they're holding on for dear life that she's going to come through somehow.
Right.
And I just think they're embarrassed. And even if they do know it, they don't want to admit it.
I would agree. And now she's also put her mods in a very interesting predicament, too. Like when she admitted that in the phone call with her lawyer, she said, my mods were on the call with me. Well, what does that do for attorney-client privilege, Brittany?
Yep.
I mean, they're not bound by attorney client. They're not the client.
I just
So, I
can't
mean,
believe
they're
with
subject to
so,
depositions.
but I just can't believe with so many eyes on her, she would do something like this. This is so fucked up. I can't
Addiction
get
makes you
past
dumb
it.
things, Laura, and think you'll get away with it.
And yeah, exactly. And with all the eyes on you.
But that's that's the problem, is that she doesn't, like, when you're using, you don't remember what you said before, you know? She doesn't remember. A lot of the times I think that she lie, like, she'll come up with these stories. She doesn't, like I said, she doesn't go back and rewatch her streams to see what she said, like all the stories she gave. And so she gives conflicting stories, doesn't remember it. And
Nope.
then when she's under the influence, she's not able to recall what she said before,
Nope.
nor does she, take into consideration things like this and how easy it is to realize that this is not legitimate.
No, and I'm telling you, Amber, are you still in here? Do you have the clip of her saying she got drug tested at her house? Krama Reels put it out. I specifically remember it. Like, there's not even denying that. And I just think a clip channel needs to put together all of her lies that she tells every day and just put it all together.
Yeah. And like someone said, she's very good at manipulation too.
But is she though? Is she really? Look at all the bullshit she has.
Look at how successful she's been thus far, and how we have people that still think that she's not lying about this.
That's true too.
She chooses, I think this is important, the people that I believe that she preys on, and a certain type of people are attracted to Brittany. Okay. I think that it's people that are lonely, people that are oftentimes, up at night because of, that are on like fixed income, so to speak. People that are older. You don't want to believe people that aren't going to question her. And she preys on the very vulnerable.
That I agree with.
And those are people, like the people, that are older and of that type, in that mindset, are not familiar with like drug testing and how things work, and I don't think are the type to really dig into the quote unquote receipts that Brittany, the couple of receipts I've ever seen Brittany put out to verify if they're legitimate or not. They just take her at face value, just like they take her word as the gospel.
See, Angela, but this goes back to my original point days ago. Craig isn't doing this. This is all her. So everyone wants to blame Craig, but this is her. She's the one making up fake tests. She's the one that's lying. I bet Craig is fucking innocent. And believe me, the guy's still a loser. Don't get me wrong. But he's not the one making up fake tests.
Harley,
He's not the one lying about everything. That's
Harley,
her.
right. The expiration date of the 11/30/26, I explained that earlier. That would be like the actual urine cup, not the urine itself. The actual cup that's determining, like, that's got the built-in sensor as far as temperature and reading certain things, like that actual urine, the sterile urine cup that they're using, not the expiration date of the urine or the results, if that makes sense.
Hold on. I was under the impression she took 2.1 at home and 1 at the lab a week later, and then they called her for an emergency UA. See, everybody remembers a different story.
Right.
I remember she said that she took 1 at home. You're saying you remember she took 2 at home. But I remember
No,
the
they
1 at
said
home.
took 2, 1 at home and then 1 at the lab,
Yep.
is what she's saying, not 2 at home.
I like that. 2.1.
2 ... 1 at home and then. Yeah.
See, I don't think reality is unhinged. I
Yeah.
think reality, Boston, I think they just truly believe her. They want to believe in her. I don't fault them for that.
I think reality is out of touch with reality.
But they also don't have to, and I'm telling them this point out, they don't have to run to Clue or Queen Bee just because they decide that Britney's a liar and they're not going to be played anymore.
No.
That I just want them to understand they could come here, they could still go other places. It doesn't mean they have to pick, let me run to the dark side. They don't need to do that.
I think that I don't even know that, like, honestly, this whole like labeling of like the dark side, the hater channels or whatever. I mean, I think a lot of people honestly got pushed together because of fucking differences in Sebastian's case. It honestly is not even about Sebastian anymore. And that's sad to me. I wish shit was different. But we had people where, you know, the RICO is, I think, what really is what split a lot of people too. I mean, when you had
That's
people
true.
that were threatened, subs that were threatened by the RICO, and you know, you had Hong and Nick. You know, Hong was pretty disgusting at some of the things that he would say about people. Subs even, like, you know, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, over a missing child, like, kid's case, like, you explain this to anyone off of fucking YouTube or TikTok that knows anything about it and also follows it on YouTube, they look at you like maybe you need a 5150.
No, you're right though.
I was
You're not
explaining this
wrong.
to my brother, and he's an attorney. I mean, and he just kind of was like, what? You know, like, are you okay? But I'm like, no, there's a RICO, and it's basically because of a missing kids case. And, you know, you had 2 people that were launched into it, and then all these does named, you know, it was ridiculous.
But Joy is right. It started with Betty. It all started with Betty. And then because of the issues going on with Betty and Queen Bee, anyone that sided with Betty was going to be labeled the other side. And when she sided with Betty and them, she got labeled the other side. That's my opinion.
Betty also was much with Tony in terms of when the hate, because a lot of the quote unquote hate channels, which are people obviously that I don't think it has to do with Queen Bee necessarily. It is more in terms of I agree there was a difference between Betty, like with Betty and then Betty supporters, Queen Bee supporters. But what really started the quote unquote hate channels or the quote unquote dark side was the split with the fucking RICO. And Betty happened to be on the side of, you know, and Queen Bee is one of the fucking does, along with myself.
Well, I think Betty wrote it. I think Betty wrote a lot of the legal stuff between Betty and Nick. I think they did the whole thing.
And ChatGPT.
And why a lawyer signed off on it, I have no idea.
I have no fucking clue either. I wonder what they have over that lawyer, to be honest.
It was the dumbest shit ever. absolutely dumbest shit ever. I'm like, who the fuck? What lawyer is gonna sign off on this? That's just crazy. But I have been on almost 5 hours. I planned on being on an hour, and it turned into 5 hours. I still have candles to make. I was making labels before, and I was like, all right, let me just go live for an hour. But I'm starving and I have work to do. So I am going to cut this off. But Yue, thank you for coming up. You've been a
No
pleasure as usual. And I'm glad that we got to the whatchamacallit, the
bottom of the
bottom of this. And hey, Tony and Brittany, this was dumb. This goes in one of the dumbest things you could have ever done. This is right up there with what I did. But this is 10 times worse. So I don't know why you would do this. If you ever want to, I honestly, Brittany, I would just own it, apologize, come clean, and move on. That is your only possible chance at salvation.
and
And
I'd
all right, without getting into a long conversation, about this, let me just throw this out here. This is why shit like this, people like this, is why I have such a hard time with religion, with people that want to talk about religion and pray for me, and not the religious people, but someone that fakes it on the internet. This is it. Brittany, no God-fearing woman is going to manipulate and lie with fake documents. That's something active addiction does. And even then, I don't know too many addicts that would go to this length and produce government false documents. So dumb. So dumb. But hey, it's your life. But you know what I'm saying, though? This is why I have a hard time with the people that preach God on the internet, because every single one of them proves that they're fake. Every single one of them proves to be a scammer. And every single one of them is just false. Yeah, Jesus doesn't teach you to lie. This is not proper Christianity. So sit the fuck back with this Jesus shit. Come clean with yourself. Come clean with your subs. And I promise you, Brittany, you'll have forgiveness. If you just came clean and told everyone the truth, that you lied about this, you lied about that, you lied about this, I promise you a lot more people will forgive you. Then more and more of your lies come out, they're not going to forgive you anymore. There's a lot of people that turned on you, and a lot more is coming. So you can fake this all you want. But if you do come clean and just honest about everything right now, I promise you, Brittany, I won't even say I told you so. But it'll be beneficial to you. I would guarantee that. So that's my speech. She's not woman enough. And I don't think she could do it. But I hope she does. I really do. I hope she does. It's the only thing that's going to save her right now, is coming clean before it's too late. If she keeps going, she's going to lose everyone. And if she loses everyone, then what? This on the screen is fucking undeniable. It just is. You can't even try to deny it. That's the sad part. And I'm telling you, if I was Granny, I'd be fucking calling them tomorrow. I'd be up 6 a.m. calling them to prove that this was fake. So again, I'm not personally involved. She didn't send me a C&D, so I'm not going to be the one turning it in. But I guarantee you, one of them will, and they have every right to. So on that note, be good to each other. Have fun. And I will see you all tomorrow. And thank you guys so much for the super chats, memberships. I love you guys. And thank you guys for another day. Peace.